The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated December 12, 2022. Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, please excuse my absence from today's December 12, 2022 Committee on Finance hearing, as I have already committed to a previously scheduled engagement. Therefore, I am respectfully asking that I be excused. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Carrion as excused. Any more correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated December 12, 2022. The Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Chairman Vialet, please be advised that due to unforeseen circumstances, I will be unable to attend today's hearing of the Committee of Finance. Please mark my absence as excused, and I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Blyden as excused. Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Can I get the count?
Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 1 absent, 2 excused.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you may proceed and read the first block only onto the record. And in the first block, we add in a lease number 34-0385. You may proceed.
The Committee on Finance for Monday, December 12, 2022, in the Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will consider the following. In Block 1, Bill number 34-0356, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Resource Center for the Disabled, Inc., for an improved portion of parcel number 75, Conprincens Gata, Conprincens Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Patricia Samuel, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Resource Center for the Disabled, Inc. Bill number 34-0362, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Village Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery, Inc., for parcel numbers 1H and 13F, Estate Sign Hill, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Marsha Taylor, Regional Director, West Care, the Village Partners in Recovery. Bill number 34-0369, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, Inc., for parcel number 410, Hospital Ground, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Andrea Shillingford, Executive Director, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, Inc. Bill number 34-0330, an act appropriating funds for the adoption of various portions of the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan submitted by the Agricultural Plan Task Force on December 29, 2021, as the official agricultural plan for the territory, proposed by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory, Javon E. James Sr., and Samuel Carillon. Bill number 34-0385, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Star Time Technology Center, Inc., for a portion of parcel number 2A, Crystal Gata, Queens Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of operating a community technology learning and training center and for other related purposes, proposed by Senators Marvin A. Blyden, Donna A. Fred Gregory, and Angel L. Bolquez, Jr. Invited testifiers: Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Dr. Stanley Phillips, Star Time Technology Center, Inc. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the items in Block 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the various testifiers. We're going to have all those individuals who are testifying on the lease agreement to present their testimony collectively, one after the other, and then we will move on to the agriculture bill. So we're going to receive testimony now on bill number 34-0356, 34-0362, 34-0369, and 34-0385. I will have those individuals testifying on those bills to put the name and title on the record, beginning with property and procurement.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Richards. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Property and Procurement.
Thank you. We'll move on next to Ms. Samuel, Patricia Samuel.
Good morning, Patricia Samuel, the Irish Force Center for the Disabled, Executive.
Okay, those that are testifying virtually, make sure that your device is muted when you're not speaking so that we don't receive feedback. Ms. Taylor, Westcare. You need to speak up, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor is coming. Ms. Shillingford.
Hi. I can hardly hear you guys.
Okay, one minute.
All right.
Okay, Ms. Taylor.
Good morning, Marsha Taylor, Regional Director of the Village Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery.
Okay, make sure you speak directly into the mic. Is Ms. Shillingford here?
Hello, my name is Sandra Thomas Mason. I'll be presenting for Andrea Shillingford.
Thank you. And Dr. Stanley Phillips.
He should be logging on in the next 1 minute. He's
Okay. Okay, let's begin the testimony. We're going to begin with Mr. Richards. You're going to provide testimony on the 4 leases before us, so you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Committee Chairman, VLA, Vice Chair Fred Gregory, committee members, Senator DeGraff, James Sr., non-committee members, central staff and legislative staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in the chamber, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Procurement Divisions of Property and Printing of the Department of Property and Procurement of the United States Virgin Islands. I'm testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Anthony D. Thomas to offer testimony on the proposed leases and on the proposed lease agreements for the St. Thomas, St. John District, which are before the committee for consideration. I'm here today to request this committee's and ultimately the full Senate's approval of the lease agreements for the Virgin Islands Resource Center for the Disabled, Inc., the Village Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery, Inc., Catholic Charities, and the of the Virgin Islands, and StarTime Technologies. The lease agreements all require legislative approval in accordance with 31 VI Code subsection 205C. Their terms all commence on the first day of the month following the approval of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The rent payable under these leases shall be adjusted annually, including any renewal term in accordance with the Consumer Price Index increase established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. All lease agreements require a minimum of $1 million for all public liability coverage. Excuse me. Department of Property and Procurement, as the premises owners, will be required to execute all permit applications required for the premises. These potential leases have provided the appropriate documentation for processing of these leases, including business licenses and any certificate of good standings that's required. The lease agreement between the Virgin Islands Center, the Virgin Islands Resource Center, and the government of the Virgin Islands for a portion of improved parcel number 75, Comprincess Gata, Comprincess Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 24,379 US square feet, or 0.56 US acres of land, more or less. The property will be used for teaching computer programming to its program participants and for no other purposes whatsoever. The term of this agreement is for 20 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 10-year renewal option periods. The annual rent for the above referenced parcel will be $1,200 annually, payable in equal monthly installments of $100 during the term of the lease. The lease agreement between the Partners in Recovery and the government of the Virgin Islands for parcel number 1H and 13-F or 13F Estate Sion Hill, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of 107,941 US square feet, or approximately 2.478 US acres of land, more or less. The property will be used as a drug and alcohol rehabilitation center and for other related purposes. The term of this agreement is for 20 years. and the lease agreement provides for two 10-year renewal options. The annual rent of the above reference parcel will be $3,000 payable in equal monthly installments of $250 during the term of the lease. The lease agreement between Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands and the government of the Virgin Islands for parcel number 410 Hospital Ground, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, formerly known as Plantation Hospital Ground, consisting of 34,447 US square feet or 0.079 US acres of land, more or less. Excuse me. The property will be used to operate a homeless shelter, to teach computer programming to disabled individuals, and for other related purposes. The term of this agreement is for 20 years, and the lease agreement provides for two 10-year renewal options. The annual rent for the above referenced parcel will be $1,200 annually, payable at $100 per month. The lease agreement between StarTime Technology Center Incorporated and the government of the Virgin Islands is for a portion of parcel number 2A, Crystal Gata, Queens Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of a one-story building that's 1,575 square feet, or 0.036 US acres of improved land, more or less. The property will be used for the purposes of to operate a community technology learning center and training center, technology learning and training center, and for other related purposes. The term of this lease shall be for a period of 10 years, and the agreement provides for two additional terms of 5 years each. The annual rent of the above referenced parcel will be for $1,200 annually, payable in $100 monthly during the terms of the lease. If approved, these leases will assist these local organizations to achieve their goals of expansion and improvement and improved operations. They will all contribute to the ongoing growth financially and socially to the United States Virgin Islands and the long-term stability of our economy. This concludes my prepared testimony. I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have on the reference lease agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Next, we'll have the Virgin Islands Resource Center testimony.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Bailey, Chairman, and the Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Vice Chairwoman, and the other distinguished members of the Committee of Finance. I am Tamara Leonard, the Program Director of the Virgin Islands Resource Center for the Disabled. With me is my Executive Director, Ms. Patricia Samuel. We're excited to be here today to discuss the lease agreement between our entity and the Department of Property and Procurement, with the hope that it will be favorably considered. The Virgin Islands Resource Center for the Disabled, Inc. is a private nonprofit organization designed to meet the information, instructional, vocational, and adaptive technology needs of persons with disability. VIRCD was founded as a joint initiative between the Department of Education, the State Office of Special Education, and the Catholic Diocese of the Virgin Islands, and is celebrating 32 years, its 32nd year of service to the disabled community. VIRCD is located at 75 Convention Drive on St. Thomas. It is our center's firm belief that persons who have a disability are endowed with all the rights, privileges needed to maximize their physical, mental, social, and spiritual potential for leading a rich and productive life in our community. Our purpose is to provide a free, assistive, and adaptive computer technology and training aimed at the enhancement of academic skill building for persons with disability and or low income. The IRCD provides art therapy, assistive and adaptive computer technology, homework tutorial, mentorship, summer enrichment, and cultural affirmation activities. Our homework tutorial and or art therapy is provided to support a development of positive social and emotional skills, cognitive and academic development to reduce risky behavior and promote physical health and provide a safe and supportive environment for children and adults. The IRCD offers this multitude of services that accommodates a diversity to the disabled community. We offer a network of accessible services for the individuals with disabilities ages 5 to 65 and encourage the independence of individuals with disability with the optimal goal of becoming productive members of our society or the workforce and increase awareness and understanding the needs of individuals with disability. The IRCD is an information source and advocacy and referral assistance resource. The IRCD develops programs and coordinates activities to enhance the lives of individuals with disability through the use of assistive technology. The IRCD provides an efficient, cost-effective operation with qualified staff trained in the use of assistive and adaptive computer technology. The center also uses volunteers to assist our staff. Our services include computer training for empowerment. This teaches adults basic computer skills using assistive and adaptive technology to enhance the learning acquisition. The IRCD is also a public computer center through the VI Next Generation Network. The IRCD is a large, fully equipped assistive computer technology lab consists of state-of-the-art computers and numerous related technology devices. We also have an art and technology after-school program, which serves students between the age of 5 to 17 in the areas of homework tutorial, computer tutorial, and arts and crafts, which offers the children a chance to become acquainted with technology in various ways. This program is held Monday to Friday, 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. We also have an art and technology summer camp, which serves our children with disability or economically challenged or at risk. A variety of fun activities, an opportunity to meet new friends, and the freedom to express themselves in a safe and supported environment with a first-class care. This program is held during the summer and includes basic computer skills training, academic tutorial, and field trips. We have an adult education and family literacy program. This program provides adult education and literacy service, including workplace literacy service and family literacy services to at-risk economically disadvantaged adult clients, including English as a second language to assess clients in becoming literate and obtaining the knowledge and skills necessary for employment and self-sufficiency, assist clients to become partners in education of their children, and assist them in the completion of secondary education. VIRCD has been leasing the second-story building located at 75 Comprehensive Garden from the government of the Virgin Islands since its inception in 1990. Facility consists of about 3,000 square feet and is fully accessible in accordance to the ADA compliance. The second story is a restored historic masonry structure. The facility has a wheelchair elevator lift to the second floor, as well as a ramp and staircase, 4 large accessible bathrooms, and an 88 accessible parking lot, The facility's second floor housed a large, fully equipped assistive computer technology lab, consists of state-of-the-art computers and numerous related technology devices. The Virgin Islands Resource Center for the Disabled, aka VIRCD, would like to thank our Honorable Senator President Donna Fred Gregory, the Honorable Fred Kurt A. Bailey, Commissioner Anthony Thomas for giving us the opportunity to renew the lease at 75 the Comprehensive Madam St. Thomas. Thank you to all.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We'll move to Ms. Taylor.
Good morning, Honorable Kurt A. Viollet, Chairman of the Committee of Finance, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair, and all other honorable members of the 34th Legislature. Also, to our listening and viewing audience, I am Marsha Taylor, Regional Director. I appear before you today on behalf of the Village Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery. I am honored to be before the body today to testify in support of this committee's approval of Bill number 34-0362, property lease between the Department of Property and Procurement and the Village Virgin Islands Properties 1H and 13F Estate Sign Hill. As a seasoned employee of the Village Virgin Islands for 16 years, I have journeyed through the ranks in many roles, from therapist to site coordinator and most recently regional director. Throughout my tenure, my team and I have endured many operational hardships due to the absence of an official lease. This property at 1H and 13F Sign Hill is multi-purpose and multifaceted. It serves as an inpatient substance abuse treatment facility, a haven and disaster shelter to many during hurricane season. Many of our most vulnerable community members consider this a valuable resource during times of uncertainty. The Village Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery has successfully and compassionately provided quality services to the territory for 33 years. We are at a pivotal point in our existence. We are growing and exceeding the forecast as our program continues to help residents of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John with long-term residential substance abuse treatments, who also struggles with co-occurring mental disorders and homelessness. The Village Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery has tirelessly upheld our vision to uplifting the human spirit, even amidst the many challenges. It is imperative that you understand our challenges to fully empathize with us. Every month, we struggle to meet our obligations due to delayed payments from our government appropriations. The upkeep of the facility is not typical, as this is a historical property that must be maintained very delicately and rightfully preserved. We have encountered issues due to the absence of this lease, which have rippled into unattainable permits for very important and federally mandated special projects. Additionally, the well that used to supply the facility with water dried up, and without a lease and permit, we cannot obtain this precious resource that is within our reach. Your body's approval of this lease is necessary, and its unavailability costs the village daily. Every cent is needed, and our program can provide qualitative and quantitative justifications for every penny. Now is not a time to reduce funding or resources for those that we serve battling mental health and substance abuse. There are only a few of us in this fight to help our residents and our constituents. Nonetheless, the Village Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery remains steadfast in being a beacon of light to those in recovery, as it has done for decades, and continues to do so despite the fiscal challenges and bureaucratic delays. I want to take the moment to thank our staff, board members, federal partners, and stakeholders who regularly go above and beyond to keep the doors open. Approving this lease opened doors of opportunities to apply for federal monies to maintain this property, augment our funding, and most importantly, secure an effective haven for our fellow Virgin Islanders to receive the services they need to overcome their challenges. Thank you. My team and I are prepared to answer any questions this body may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mason. Catholic Charities.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Bailey, Chairperson of Committee on Finance, committee members, other members of the 34th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Sandra Thomas Mason, Assistant to the Director of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, and I will be presenting today on behalf of the Executive Director, Ms. Andrea Shillingford, in support of Bill number 34-0369, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through Department of Property and Procurement, and Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, Incorporated, for parcel number 410 Hospital Ground, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands is a nonprofit 501c3 agency that provides social services, housing, and counseling to the homeless and less fortunate in the territory for over 65 years. We are governed by a board of volunteers and staffed by compassionate and experienced individuals. Catholic Charities continues to serve all people in need, regardless of religion, race, creed, or gender. Our clients represent all of us, individuals, families, children, adults, and seniors. The agency has a proven track record for delivering excellent service through our soup kitchen, emergency shelters, mobile outreach, services to the elderly, healthcare, summer camps, rental and utility assistance, and transitional housing. The Bethlehem Shelter, which is located on the property for which we are here today seeking a lease renewal, have been in operation since 1987. Bethlehem House started out as one building with 8 bedrooms serving this community as an emergency shelter for men, women, and families. In 1991, a much-needed second building was completed and dedicated. Presently, Bethlehem House provides a capacity of 14 to 20 males, 10 to 18 females, 2 family rooms that can hold 4 to 8 individuals, a disaster shelter for the chronically homeless. The disaster shelter was recently added to Bethlehem House. It was our gazebo. We transformed it into a shelter. As you know, during the disaster, most of the time the homeless individuals are not welcomed most of the time in the general shelter that we have in the territory. So we have put one of these shelters in place to accommodate our chronically homeless individuals. We can hold at least 40 people pre-storm, and post, we can hold about 20 individuals in there with cots, etc. We have kitchens, 2 kitchens, bathrooms, a mini basketball court, and a laundry room, a well-needed laundry room. Medical clinic is also provided every second Saturday of every month. Every month we have medical clinic, and it's open to all those individuals that need some medical attention. At Bethlehem House Shelter, families and individuals continue to receive respectful, compassionate assistance that transforms lives and creates stability through an array of services, including financial assistance for rent, specialized counseling, intensive case management, parenting, budgeting, and collaborative problem solving with those we serve. We tap into the resilience of our clients and help give them freedom to focus on restoring stability and hope in other areas of their lives. While the crisis of homelessness can be devastating and compound challenges of instability and poverty, Catholic Charity is a beacon of hope for homelessness and near homeless families and individuals struggling to survive. We continue to operate multiple programs geared towards ending family homelessness. We have adapted our services to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our Virgin Islands homeless families. We are excited to continue our support in the community by providing the only emergency shelter on St. Thomas. The only emergency shelter on St. Thomas. Therefore, we support Bill number 34-0369, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Department of Property and Procurement and Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands Incorporated for parcel number 410 Hospital Ground, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I am available to answer any questions or follow up with your staff with information if needed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Phillips, you may proceed. Dr. Phillip.
Hey, good day, Chairman of Finance Committee, Honorable Kurt Gilley, and other members of the Finance Committee. My name is Levi McSheen, and I'm the CEO of StarTime Technology Center. And I'm going to have Dr. Stanley Phillips go ahead and read the testimony. And I'll stand by for any questions as well.
Thank you. Dr. Phillip.
Yes, good morning, Chairman of Finance Committee, Honorable Kurt Vele, and other members of the Finance Committee. My name, as Mr. McSheen says, Stan Phillip, and I'm here to represent StarTime Technology Center, requesting your favorable approval of the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and StarTime Technology Center on the lease portion, parcel number 2A, Crystal Garter, Queens Quarters, consisting of 1575 square feet. The space will be used for the Community Technology Learning and Training Center and will be managed by StarTime Technology, a nonprofit organization of which I serve as the member of the board, along with Mr. McSheen as the CEO. StarTime Technology Center is a nonprofit organization with a proud and distinct history of bringing technology and support and services to underserved individuals. Established in Atlanta, Georgia in 2015, the center was created to teach technology and offer a mentorship program to youth from a very early age, resided in resource-scarce, low-income communities, and provided supportive services that sought to support and empower members of those communities. StarTime Technology Board believes that knowledgeable, empowered persons often gravitate to leadership roles and are more likely to contribute and invest in the success of their communities. It is that belief that has guided and motivated this organization to continually seek ways to invest in and enhance communities by leveraging resources and expertise through collaborations, partnerships, and committed volunteers. With the opening of the Technology Center, the following outcomes are expected, and this is a short list of many of our expectations. One is increased literacy and technology proficiency amongst participants frequenting the center. Participants, through these engagement, will be better prepared to embrace and enter the digital workforce. Provide a positive alternative for youth to engage in activities that increase their knowledge of computers, technology, and the myriad opportunities afforded via the internet. Given the prevalence of crime, gang violence, and other negative distraction, such an alternative is critically needed to change the trajectory of at-risk youth. The Technology Center will create a safe and supported learning environment for the participants. And through collaborations and partnership with other supportive organizations and entities within our community, we will cobble together these resources to serve the participants and also the community. Increased community involvement to foster a positive environment for education and development will be a key attribute and target for this organization. The Technology Center can serve as a space for other community socially enhancing activities, working with faith-based organization and other entities within the community, such as providing family game night, community movie night, even town hall meeting. Again, it's creating this social space where folks can have a sense of community. Also provide additional support to teachers and parents, a critical need in the present and the future learning environment. We learned during the advent of COVID, the importance of bridging that gap, having adults at home that understand technology and can support students, as well as assisting and supporting teachers in the learning environment. So we hope to help bridge that gap as well. Also, personalized support for participants to include access to mental health professionals and others. I think everyone understands that until someone can address some issues or complications in their life, they're not in a position to fully embrace opportunities before them. So to the best of our ability, we want to take care or address those challenges. Now, with respect to the training offered by the Technology Center, some of the courses are listed here. This is just a small list. Basic computer skills, certification in Microsoft Office, such as Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, etc. Information technology to include IT support, cybersecurity, a growing field in this present environment, software, hardware, online platform safety, fiber optics training, as well as provide proficiency training and testing. Granted, this lease will provide a dedicated space for training and enhancing the lives of underserved adults and youths in the St. Thomas St. John District community. Such a space is needed and can serve as a catalyst for positive change within our community. Our goal is to serve 200 plus participants annually, availing them to all services, training, and support offered at the center. Our team of professionally trained and certified staff and volunteers will work with schools to provide after-school program and program opportunities, as well as other supportive activities to enhance and enrich the experiences and lives of these students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee, and myself and Mr. McSheen are available for any questions that you may have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, these are at least 3 of the 4 are well-established nonprofits. So I don't think we need a significant amount of time for questioning. So I'm going to allocate 2 minutes per senator. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. 2 minutes, I stand in support of all these bills next. No, but I was wondering in regards to our Catholic charities, the $1 million policy that you have is actually a $3 million policy, 3 $1 million policies. What will you get funding from to pay for those policies? For Catholic charities, Ms. Mason, Director. I guess she ain't hearing me.
The testifiers, you need to get ready for questions.
Can you repeat, Senator?
Yes, I was saying, I was reading your documents, and there are 3 $1 million policies, $1 million for each, or is it balled up into $1 million policy?
Which documents were you reading?
For the Catholic charities, for the lease agreement.
I would have to look back at that and see,
Okay.
and then get back to you.
Okay, and finally, your name again, ma'am?
Marsha Taylor.
Ms. Taylor, in regards to you mentioned about funding not getting funding basically becoming a stumbling block, what really can be done for us to enhance that to keep you going? Because again, the services that you provide are priceless. So what could we do, or what needs to be done to try increase that and cut back the bureaucracy, as you mentioned?
So, of course, there's federal funding that's open to nonprofits to apply for. Without having a property lease, we're unable to apply for certain funding because we can't make the changes that we need on the facility, for disability
30
and
seconds.
stuff like that. So this is one of the things. Our funding sources has been cut back for one of our programs that generates to family and children. And our residents at the facility at this time also gets to profit off of that. Right. So if this lease is approved, it will definitely help us continue in the growth that we have going.
Okay, we're going to approve this lease. No problem at all. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. The monies have been cut. It was a federal grant? What was it?
It's our local crisis funding for our Strengthening Families program.
It's through the Crisis Intervention Fund?
Correct, with the Virgin Islands government.
Okay, and that has been cut back by central government because the Senate hasn't cut anything. So that's central government that has cut the amount of monies?
We're not exactly sure where it has been cut. However, we do know that our funding went from 120,000 to 90,000 last year. And moving forward to this new fiscal year, it has remained at the 90,000. So we're not sure exactly where the funding cut took place. We assumed that it was because we had carryover from previous years based on management before. In the last 2 years, management has changed. We have been able to utilize all of the carryover funding and meet the exceed the numbers that were supposed to be met.
So you were, previously, before, you were not spending all the money?
No, with previous management.
But now with this current management, you're spending the money and you need more?
Correct. That money has been spent, and we have met our numbers of 25 plus families.
Okay, because the person in charge of making sure that nonprofits get their monies came from you guys, correct? Previously worked at the village. So therefore, you should get the monies that you need, and they should know exactly what you need because they worked in the institution. So a lot of time in the Senate and others, we appropriate what we're supposed to appropriate, and it's the central government releasing those monies, and the person who's charged with releasing those monies came from you guys. And we have had a backlog of all the nonprofits not receiving the monies on a regular basis, despite the fact that the person came out of the nonprofit. So that baffles me. So that needs to be cleared up by the central government. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. All the leasing agreements in this block is a no-brainer for me, and I don't need my full 2 minutes. And I just want to say I concur with the chair of the Committee on Finance regarding the releasing of those funds. I, too, received several complaints from several organizations who we budgeted for in the past 2 fiscal years regarding the releasing of the funds. So I hope that they're monitoring this hearing and they look into that matter. But there's no need for me to ask any questions. I just want to say congratulations in advance to all the entities who are before us today entering into these leasing agreements. I think when we have entities who are filling the void for things that the government can do, we have to try to make sure that we facilitate and make it easier for them instead of putting up roadblocks, because we do need these entities to fill the gaps in which the government is unable to fulfill. So once again, congratulations to all those who are entering the leasing agreements, and I will vote in affirmative when it's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. I didn't allow you to introduce these measures because I know you could do it all in one when you testify, and since we're pressed for time, so you're recognized.
You know I will come in, but it's okay.
I smelled it all the way from St. Thomas.
I totally understand, in addition to the fact that these are leases that came down from the Department of Property and Procurement through the Office of the Governor. So I totally understand, Senator. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. I, too, rise in support of all of the leases that's before us this morning. However, I have a question around the, and this question is for the Department of Property and Procurement as it relates to the, let me see, Bill number 34, that's 0385, in favor of Start Time Technology Center Incorporated. I note that all of the leases that's before us, the terms are 20 years. However, the terms on the Start Time Technology Center lease is 10 years. So what is the reason, justification, impetus for the 10-year lease as opposed to the consistency that I've seen throughout the other leases that's before us?
Good question. Good morning, Senator Fred Gregory, Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, to be honest with you, I don't remember the dynamics at the time, why the terms were what they were. We tend to give folks what they need and what they ask for. And
30 seconds.
Okay, so let me just ask quickly then of the board lead here as it relates to the 10 years as opposed to 20 years, because we can always make an amendment. If there is a opportunity for an amendment, Deputy Commissioner, do you have any challenges there?
Absolutely none, Senator.
Ms. Dr. Phillips or Mr. Maxine, are you satisfied? Are you comfortable with the 10 years, or is there some room for opening that opportunity?
Good morning, Senator Fred. Our desire is for a lease of 20 years so that we can plan accordingly. That is preferred.
Okay, and I know that my time is almost called, so I'm gonna ask one more question. And the reason why I ask the question is because I know that when you lease these facilities, there is a whole lot of capital that you have to put into the facilities. So let me just ask, either the CEO or Dr. Phillip, what is the intended capital do you plan to put into this particular nonprofit as far as the upfitting of the space?
Time.
I'll defer that question to our CEO, Mr. McSheen.
Yeah, approximately 350,000 to get it upfitted, starting at.
Okay, so hence the reason for my concern. My time has been called. I want to basically say to all of the nonprofits here that's before us in this particular block that I want to congratulate you for the work that you do for the people of the Virgin Islands. And it is very important that nonprofits and other organizations provide support to those in need here in the territory. The government of the Virgin Islands cannot provide all of our needs. So when we have nonprofits stepping up to the plate, our responsibility as leaders is to, in fact, support them in whatever way that we can. So I think we can have a further conversation around a possible amendment on the lease for Start Time Technology Center. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator, for pointing that out. So Start Time, you're brand new going into St. Thomas with this nonprofit.
Yes. We have worked in St. Thomas before, but not doing the technology.
Okay, but you're already established in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, and the funding for repairs to the facility, you're going to get that from what, a grant, or what's the source?
Personal savings, grants, and donations. And 350,000 is actually on the low end because it got a lot of interior and exterior work that we have to do.
Okay, you have access to those funds already, or you're in the process of fundraising?
We're in the process of fundraising, but in the meanwhile, we're using personal savings. We're in the process of grants also.
Okay, legal counsel, if you can make your way to the well and answer the question as to what would it take to amend the lease agreement from 10 to 20 years? Does it have to go back to property and procurement? Does it have to go back to you, Mr. Richards?
Honestly, I can't answer that question at this point. I can't answer that question, Senator.
Okay, so can you have your legal counsel look into it? We have on the bill before us. I know that the bill is not more than likely, it's going to pass as to the process of a possible amendment to 20 years. They are going into a building that needs repair, so it's not going to be like they're able to begin operation next month. It's going to take a period of time for them to get up and running and get that building refurbished. So by the time they get it refurbished, they might be 2 years into the lease. So let's take a look at how we can amend that. Good recommendation, Senator Fred Gregory. Colleagues, we are going to dismiss those individuals who testified on these first group of leases. We're going to allow the next bill to receive testimony, and then we're going to take a vote on all five. So the next bill is bill number 34. That's 0330. This bill will be amended, colleagues. The funding source right now says general fund. Yeah, but please remember that we already funded the agricultural plan in the fiscal year 23 budget. So all this is doing is allocating those monies that were already appropriated and has already been passed. The Senate President's office is presently making those amendments. But I'm going to allow the Senate President to speak on this bill in particular. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized to speak on bill number 34, that's 0330.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have so much paper in front of me. I'm trying to figure out where my information is. Okay, basically, good morning again. The chair basically shared with you some of what we've been doing as it relates to the agriculture plan, but the agricultural plan was moved and passed bill was in the 33rd legislature, and the goal of that measure was to ensure sustainability and food security in our home territory. This measure was drafted during the budget cycle. However, we did not break down exactly where the $1.483 million would be allocated. So today, we are trying to ensure that we are able to allocate those funds and begin to really shore up the agriculture plan. Section 1 establishes the Agriculture Business Center. In the code, there was a similar center under Title VII, and this particular measure will repeal that and reenact the business center into the University of the Virgin Islands Small Business Development Center. And there will be a need, as the chair noted, an amendment because the funding portion was not included, and that should be there to the tune of $250,000. So that was an error. I think, Dr. Hall, you pointed it out to me, and the chair also pointed that out, but the funds were allocated already. Section 2 funds mandate 8 in the sum of $250,000, and it allows the university to seek grants to augment what will be appropriated. And Section 3 funds mandate 5 to the sum of $120,000, and part of mandate 8, and allows for the hiring of a grant writer for the advisory committee. Section 4 funds the local food and farm fund in the amount of $13,000 for farmers that will be managed and distributed pursuant to the recommendation of the local farm and food advisory committee, which addresses mandate 4. Section 5 appropriates $350,000 to fulfill mandates 1 and 3, which is to hire the critical positions needed to begin the work in earnest for the ag plan to be successful. And Section 6 appropriates $500,000 to the Economic Development Authority to create the Public-Private Investment Fund and the Farmers Grant Matching Fund for Mandate 2. And Section 7 appropriates $500,000 from the Education Initiative Fund to address the educational component of Mandate 7. Section 8 appropriates $250,000 for the operations of the local Food and Farm Advisory Committee, the development of our food symbol, and for the data collection, which fulfills Mandate 6 of the Ag Plan. In short, colleagues, while the bill does not fully fund the agriculture plan, it provides some funding for all 8 mandates so that the territory can begin to earnestly adopt and implement the Ag Plan developed pursuant to Act 8404. And this is the start of the work, and we know that we have lots of funding here in the territory as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So it is a hope that we will be able to work with the chief executive of this territory to ensure that additional resources will flow to the Ag Plan so we can develop this plan and get our food sustainability moving forward in the territory and basically stop the talk and get to action around it. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. We're now going to have testimony by Mr. Wickramer and Dr. Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands. We did invite the Commissioner of Agriculture. We sent 2 invites, matter of fact, and did not receive a response. And today we got a response that they won't be able to attend and that they were not aware, but they were aware. We did send out 2 separate invites, and this is the agricultural plan for the government of the Virgin Islands, and we only have the university testifying in it, so we don't have a clue as to what Department of Agriculture has to say in reference to the funding that has been worked on by the Senate President for a long period of time. We don't have that particular input, but we'll move on to Mr. Wickramer. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, Dr. Hall was the chairman of the this committee, and may I defer to Dr. Hall to go first, please.
So Wickramer, you want to change up? You want to change up our meeting?
To have Dr. Hall go first, and then I'll follow Dr. Hall. He was the chairman of our task force.
And that's why I have him going last, because he's going to sum everything up. So proceed with your testimony.
Me? Okay. Good morning. I'm Harith Wickramer, president of Island Green Living Association, a non-profit organization dedicated to expanding sustainability and food security in the territory and beyond. I'm honored to have served on the Agriculture Plan Task Force and wholeheartedly support the plan as it was presented last December. The task force position was the proposal needed to be bold and sweeping in order to usher in a new era of agriculture in the USVI that would allow us to increase agricultural productivity locally to make food security and sovereignty a true reality. With 97% of the United States Virgin Islands food supply imported today, leaving us vulnerable to shortages, compromised freshness, nutritional value, and higher prices, this is indeed a lofty ambition. As you know, this level of importation causes environmental issues that wreak havoc, including increased carbon emission and pollution. Most of us experienced during the pandemic and after the hurricane and the storms recently, logistical issues in having the grocery store shelves filled. So this is one way we can address this issue. Although I'm pleased to see that significant budgeting has been allocated to support the plan, it falls short of what was proposed. It is our hope, however, that this marks a good first step and will herald in future increased investment in our farmers and our community. 2 areas I like to see as top priorities are agricultural education and funding the implementation of a grant writing machine. The Madam Don Fred Gregory did address that. Agriculture education is critical across the board, but in particular, it is my position that we must invest in educating the youth of the U.S. Virgin Islands on the importance of agriculture and ignite in them a passion to be part of this field. This means infusing agricultural content into all areas of curriculum: science, social studies, mathematics, language, art, technology, etc., and showing its relevance and significance. This should begin at the pre-K level and go all the way up to 12th grade, allowing opportunities for internships and scholarships all the way. As outlined in the proposal, elements of this type of curriculum framework already exist. The USDA Agriculture in the classroom, AITC for elementary students, and PEACE International LLC for middle school and high schoolers. Care, of course, need to be taken to ensure it is incorporate technological advancement and environmental climate change developments. We will not succeed without the next generation. According to NPR report this past September, the average age of farmers has steadily increasing over the past few decades. With recent agricultural census data showing farmers' average age is nearly 60 in the US, clearly this is not just an issue here in the Virgin Islands. We can be part of the solution. A pilot program consisting of at least one school per island with the $500,000 allocated, or multiple schools to ensure pre-K, elementary, middle school, and high school students are all reached is critical. And a plan to adopt additional schools and grow the program is imperative. We are pleased to see the allocation of initial funds, and this could include each school able to have from aquaponics to container gardening to home composting, etc., which will build their passion, and having a teacher hired and trained for this purpose. Another area that I can see as a priority is the establishment of a strong grant writing machine that will allow dedicated time and expertise pursuing agricultural funding opportunities that exist through the government and other sources. Some of these include the USDA, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, NRCS, the Department of Interior, DOI, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, and the U.S. Geological Survey and the Economic Development Agency. As the Congresswoman, the Delegate Plaskett has stated, there are plenty of money on the table. Unfortunately, we in the Virgin Islands, or perhaps in other areas as well, without having a professional grant writing machine dedicated to applying for these grants, we will not accomplish this. Perhaps in the future, a cabinet level position purely for grants for all areas of the territory could be a benefit. I'm delighted that this will include budgeting allocated to the University of the Virgin Islands Office of Sponsored Program for obtaining major federal grants to address water, irrigation, infrastructure, and other agricultural needs for the Virgin Islands, as well as one full-time dedicated grant writer. Mentioned in the U.S. Virgin Islands University of the Virgin Islands, I must say that this plan, this document would not have been possible without the incredible leadership of Dr. David Hall, who chaired this program and ran this for almost 18 months, worked on it to bring it to the level it is today. In closing, I must emphasize the importance of collaboration with all influential leaders from legislature to the executive branch to congressional delegate Stacey Plaskett office, as well as private sector. This includes the farmers. We were blessed to have 3 farmers on the task force who helped us immensely. In this way, we will not only procure funding, but we will achieve our goals. Thank you for your dedication. Let's work as a team, combining the Delegate Plaskett office, the legislature, and the executive branch, and the private sector working together. I believe we can find the funding and make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wickramer. Dr. Hall, you recognize?
Good morning, Chairman VLA, Vice Chair Fred Gregory, and members of the Committee on Finance and other members of the 34th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands and co-chair of the Agricultural Plan Task Force, and it is indeed an honor for me to appear before this committee to provide testimony personally and on behalf of the VI Agriculture Plan Task Force in regards to Bill 340330, which appropriates funds for the adoption and implementation of various portions of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan, submitted by the Agriculture Plan Task Force on December 29, 2021, as the official agriculture plan for the territory. This plan was developed by the VI Agriculture Plan Task Force, which I was honored to co-chair with the Commissioner of Agriculture, Positive Nelson, and 8 other outstanding and dedicated individuals, which included the following: Dr. Kendra Harris, Dean of the School of Business; Dr. Usman Adamu, Dean of the School of Agriculture; Diane Collingwood, Assistant Commissioner of the VI Department of Agriculture; Hannah Carty, Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Regulation; Harith Wickramer, who you just heard from, President of the nonprofit Island Green Living Association; Dale Brown, farmer from Sager Farms; Royce Cricky, a farmer from Green Ridge Guavaberry Farm; Nate Olive, Director of Ridge to Reef Farms. We were called into existence because of Act 8404, which required Commissioner Nelson and I to develop a plan as outlined in Act 8404. The act was signed in December 2020, and the task force worked tirelessly from March 2021 to December 2021, when the plan was officially submitted to Governor Bryan and to the Senate via the President of the Senate, Donna Fred Gregory. The plan was developed through extensive outreach to farmers that included surveys, meetings, town halls, and other efforts. We consulted with an extensive list of local and national experts, including former commissioners of agriculture. Our recommendations were based on items identified by the farmers as their key concern. Our work was greatly enhanced by the structure and clarity of Bill 33-0376, sponsored by Senators Donna Fred Gregory, Janelle Sarro, Kurt Violet, Dwayne DeGraff, Anthonel Bobby Thomas, and Allison Degazan, and co-sponsored by Stephen D. Payne Sr. The bill before you provides funding so that certain aspects of the plan can be implemented in FY 2023. I fully support this effort, and so does the members of the task force. The amount included in the bill is not an amount that equates to what was requested in year 1 of the plan, but it is a good faith effort to move the plan forward. This agriculture plan, though not perfect, is the most comprehensive and publicly engaged plan for agriculture ever developed in the Virgin Islands. We sincerely believe that if implemented, funded, and followed, it would dramatically change the reality of agriculture in the Virgin Islands and make food sovereignty a reality. Time will not permit me to go over every point contained in Bill 340330 for funding, but I would like to highlight some aspects and explain the reason the funding pattern makes sense. Some of the key elements of the plan include the creation of the Agriculture Business Center, the development of a public-private investment fund so that farmers can secure funding to expand and enhance their production, the addition of key personnel in the Department of Agriculture, and the enhanced ability for the territory to seek grants and federal funding to address water and irrigation challenges. The $500,000 for the Public-Private Investment Fund and the Federal Grant Matching Fund is a critical implementation of the mandate regarding the development of different business models. The funding of $500,000 from the Education Initiative Fund to support the implementation of pre-K through 12 curriculum and training is essential to the long-term stability of the vision of self-sustainability. I hope that some of these funds can also be used for the training of existing farmers who have educational needs as well. Please keep in mind that if we hire teachers to implement the agriculture curriculum, we will need recurring funding to sustain this educational transformation. Except for the Agriculture Business Center, which I now have heard will be corrected, all of these critical efforts would receive funding under Bill 340330. I would ask that there be some funding, as has been indicated, for the Agriculture Business Center so that it can be launched during this year. From an administration perspective of the plan, the creation of the Local Food and Farm Advisory Committee, which will serve as the oversight and monitor of this plan, there is funding under this bill. In addition, the hiring of the Local Food and Farm Coordinator and the creation of the Local Food and Farm Fund are also critical aspects of the plan that are also funded under this bill. This new structure is key to the plan, and it will expand the number of advocates for agriculture and the entire food chain process. It will be essential that the members of the advisory committee are appointed immediately so that they can begin their work. Some members are appointed by the positions they occupy, but according to the original legislation which was adopted in the plan, the members from the farming community need to be appointed by the governor. I hope this will be a high priority so the advisory committee can begin its work with input from farmers. Finally, I hope that the Committee on Finance will seek a budget request from the advisory committee each year, as it does from other governmental units, so that the committee can provide accountability about how it has used the funds appropriated and make requests for additional funding. The plan requires for data to be collected on a regular basis and for benchmarks to be measured annually. That information should be provided to the appropriate Senate committee and to the Committee on Finance annually. I want to thank Senate President Donna Fred Gregory and Senator Javon James and Samuel Carrion for sponsoring this bill, and the Committee on Finance under the leadership of its chair, Senator Kurt Violet, for setting aside funding for this critical initiative. I learned through this process that many members of the farming community have doubts about how serious the government is about supporting farming at a much higher level. As one farmer said to me after one of our town hall meetings where we shared our plan, he stated, and I quote, "You have a very pretty plan, but I don't think she's going to get a date." I interpreted his metaphor to mean that the task force had done a very good job developing a plan that had impressive charts and figures, but that there would be no funding placed behind this effort. If Bill 340330 is passed and signed into law, I can say back to that farmer that our plan was not only attractive, but that it received the sincere attention and critical support of this government. Thank you for listening, and I stand ready to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hall, and we have provided a date. The date is Bill number 34-0330. So it's now going to be up to those entities to do the job and utilize the monies to get farming going in the Virgin Islands. We're going to have it's just one bill, so 2 minutes, Senators. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, testifiers. Dr. Hall, I stand in full support of this legislation. I still maintain that as a water source in the territory, the catchments throughout the territory and a lot of schools that don't use the water in the cisterns as water sources to add as backup water sources for during droughts and different times for agriculture. So I still maintain that. I'm going to stick with that. Question Section 6, to appropriate $500,000 from the general fund to the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. The RT Park has a similar incubation program where they assist businesses. Couldn't this program, or in Section 6, rather than going out to EDA, work better through the RT Park where it comes under University of Virgin Islands?
I think it can work either place. There is representation from the EDA on the advisory committee, and we wanted the advisory committee to always be the one who provides oversight to how these funds are used. So the present structure, which has the EDA at the table, I think will create that integration. Of course, as a board member of the RT Park, if this body decided to move it, I wouldn't object to that, but I do think the present structure works.
Okay, great. That basically, I stand in full support. I just wanted to clear that up, and you did. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator James.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I am not going to sit here and act as if I'm happy today. I'm very disappointed with the Department of Agriculture. Commissioner Positive Nelson, you need to do much better. I don't know what's going to be the transition when it comes to the governor and his selection. I know he said he's going to clean up house. But if he do decide to keep Positive Nelson for the next 4 years, I am telling you this from now, the 35th legislature of the Virgin Islands need to put a foot down on the Department of Agriculture. This is a serious bill before us. Many times this legislature is accused of not funding things and having unfunded mandates, and here we are funding the Territorial Agricultural Plan. And the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, the Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Agriculture, the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, none of them are here today. However, in fairness, I want to say thank you to the sponsor of this measure, the prime sponsor, the Madam President, for her due diligence in this matter. I'm hearing a lot of echo, but it's okay. And I really have no questions because we have done our part as the first branch of government. Many of my questions were directed to the Department of Agriculture.
30
so I'm not going to waste any time here today. I just know in the 35th legislature of the Virgin Islands, we are not going to play with the Department of Agriculture. Things will be different. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I stand in support of this measure.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say that I most definitely appreciate the comments from my colleague. I, too, am concerned about the involvement of the Department of Agriculture in moving this plan forward. And if I were to be very honest and transparent with the reason why the university became so involved in working on developing this plan, because when I wrote the bill initially, it was squarely under the Department of Agriculture. And when the testifiers came from the Department of Agriculture, There was a lot of hemming and hawing and well, and we got it already, and the vibes wasn't good, frankly. And I said, you know something? There is something in the law that says the university gets first dibs to engage in any research or any programs or projects that we're laying out. Hence the reason why Dr. Hall is so involved. And I want to thank him for his leadership on this, because this is one of very few pieces of legislation that we moved in the 33rd. And within a year, we were actually able to see the plan. And I know it was not an easy task, because there was a lot of back and forth, and you know you can't please everybody. But I want to thank you for your leadership on this, Dr. Hall. And while I am sitting in this seat, I'm going to continue to push to ensure that we continue to fund this. We've long talked about the agricultural plan and agriculture in the Virgin Islands. Agriculture, when you look at the St. Croix district and you look at all the fields, I mean, there's no reason why we should not have a true developed agricultural plan in the territorial agriculture, systems in the Virgin Islands. So,
time.
This is a start, and let me just wrap up, Mr. Chair. And it is my fervent hope that I plan to have a deeper conversation with the chief executive of this territory, because there's funding on the ground here that we need to begin to channel towards this plan and how we're going to implement it in earnest. The people of the Virgin Islands deserve better, and we know what we get when we go to the supermarkets here in the territory. So food sustainability needs to be on the top of our agenda. If the pandemic did not teach us anything, it taught us that. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. I'm asking my colleagues to support this. I know they've already supported it because the money has already been appropriated. Hence the reason why we have to make another amendment to address the fact that we are appropriating. Again, that was already done. This is just basically laying out the elements of the plan and funding it. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And the bill that we have before us was written before we passed the budget. And that is why the bill had in various funding sources, but we decided that we were not going to touch any of those other funding sources or the general fund, and we would just allocate the monies overall in the 2023 budget. So this bill now shows exactly which entities are going to receive the sum $1.7 million. So it's not $1,400,000 or something, it's $1.7 million, because the center is going to receive some $250,000, a small business development center, for the establishment of that particular entity. I also want to thank Dr. Hall for aggressively and effectively working on the creation of the agriculture plan within a short period of time. That is why the sponsor of the bill placed it under the university, because we felt that the university would make sure that the particular plan was completed and we could move to the stage of funding, and that is what we're doing now. I also want to say that after an election, work doesn't stop. Work continues. It is not up to the members of the administration or this body to just decide that they're not going to continue to work until the next swearing in or the next legislature convene, or the swearing in of the second term of Government House. We have had a reluctance of commissioners and directors to appear before this body, to include the director of OMB, who we've been trying to get to present a report on the spending of the American Rescue Plan Act. They've been very reluctant, and government don't stop. Whether you're incumbent or not, it doesn't stop. You have a responsibility to come before the people of the Virgin Islands and provide testimony. If we're going to say that agriculture is important, and the Department of Agriculture isn't here when they have a commissioner and 2 assistant commissioners, something is wrong with the scenario. Something is wrong. And this office sent out invites to make sure that those individuals are here to testify on this plan that the Senate President made sure was funded to move agriculture forward in the Virgin Islands. So there is a responsibility of everyone in government to continue to provide testimony before this body when they're called. And please remember, we have the power of subpoena. So if you don't come, we could very easily subpoena you to show up before this body. Colleagues, let's get these 5 measures behind of us and let's vote on them. Do I hear a motion on bill number 34-0356? Senate President?
Motion. I move that bill number 34-0356, an act appropriating the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Virgin Islands Resource Center for the Disabled, Inc., for an improved portion of parcel number 75, Comprincess Gata, Comprincess Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, be favorably approved by this body and forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraff and James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0356, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Virgin Islands Resource Center for the Disabled, Inc., for an approved portion of parcel number 75, Comprincess Gata, Comprincess Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion on bill number 34-0362.
Motion.
Motion, Senator.
I move that bill number 34-0362, an act appropriating the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Village Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery Incorporated for parcels number 1-A and 13-F, Estate Sion Hill, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, be favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Roll call.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0362, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Village Virgin Islands Partners in Recovery, Inc., for parcels numbers 1H and 13F, Estates and Farm, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion. Proceed, Senator.
Motion. I move that bill number 34-0369, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands Incorporated for parcel number 410, Hospital Ground, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, formerly known as Plantation Hospital Ground, be favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Senator James, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0369, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, Inc., for parcel number 410, Hospital Ground, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, also known as Plantation Hospital Ground, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion?
Motion.
Proceed.
I move that Bill number 34-0385, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and StarTime Technology Center Incorporated for a portion of parcel number 2A, Crystal Garda, Queens Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of operating a community technology learning and training center and for other related purposes, be favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraaf. Senator James, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraaf. Yes. Senator DeGraaf, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0385, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and StarTime Technology Center, Inc., for a portion of parcels number 2A, Crystal Garda, Queen Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of operating the Community Technology Learning and Training Center and for other related purposes, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Roll call. Motion.
I move that Bill number 34-0330, an act appropriating funds for the adoption of various portions of the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan submitted by the Agricultural Plan Task Force on December 29, 2021 as the official agricultural plan for the territory be favorably voted on by this committee and forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraaf. Senator James, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraaf. Yes. Senator DeGraaf, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0330, an act appropriating funds for the adoption of various portions of the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan submitted by the Agricultural Plan Task Force on December 29, 2021 as the official agricultural plan for the territory, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0330 will be amended tomorrow in the Committee of Rules with the appropriate language as to the funding source. This committee will take a 1-minute recess and get ready for the second block. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, if you can read the next 7 bills, 7 lease agreement in block number 2.
Bill number 34-0194, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Julian Welding, DBA Julian's Welding, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0275, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Caribe Tradewinds Lodge Number 17, Inc., District Number 8, for the purpose of conducting meetings, community outreach activities, feeding the homeless, mentoring youth, and for other related purposes, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0363, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Hustler and Sons, Inc., for parcel number 34, Estate Niski, number 6, South Side Quarter, on the island of St. Thomas, for the purpose of operating a garage and repair shop with related activities, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0364, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Courtesy Car Wash, LLC, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0373, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Sanitary Trash Removal Services, Inc., proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0374, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and O Corp. LLC, doing business as Owens Jeep Rental, for parcel number 1AD, Cruise Bay Town, number 1, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, consisting of 715 U.S. square feet or 0.016 U.S. acre, more or less, to be used for the rental of vehicles and for other related purposes, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0381, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Janus Enterprise, LLC, DDA Love City BBQ and Grill, Barbecue and Grill, for parcel number 307, Cruise Bay Town, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, which includes a 1-story building situated on approximately 2,641.09 U.S. square feet or 0.06 U.S. acres, more or less, of improved land to be used to operate a mobile bar and grill and for other related purposes, proposed by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory and Angel L. Bolquez, Jr. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the items in Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now allow the invited testifiers to put the name on the record. Mr. Richards has already done so earlier. He is back. So I'll begin with Mr. Julian Welding, name and title on the record.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Senate President Donald Fred Gregory, Senator Kurt Viley, and other distinguished members of the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands.
Okay.
My name is Andrew George, representing Julian Welding.
Thank you so much. Next, Mr. Hart and Mr. Cranston. Mr. Hart.
Good morning, Honorable Senator VLA and all of the senators present. My name is Halva Ihad III, representing Cairo Trade Winds Lodge. I am the Worshipful Master Elect. Glad to be here.
Mr. Cranston?
I don't think he signed on.
Okay, no problem. Next, Mr. Rivers, attorney for Hustlers and Son. So we have his testimony, but he will not be here. Okay. Mr. Gregory Edwards for Courtesy Car Wash.
Present.
Name and title, sir.
Gregory Edward, owner and president of Courtesy Car Wash.
Thank you. Mr. Lynch, John Lynch, Sanitary Trash Removal Services.
Yes, John Lynch.
Title, sir.
President, Sanitary Trash Removal Services.
Thank you. Lisa Boynes. Ms. Boynes, name and title.
Good day. My name is Lisa Boynes, and I'm one of the managing members of OCorp LLC, also known as Owen Chicago.
Thank you. Janice Foy Paris, Love City Barbecue.
Good morning. Good morning, Janice Enterprise, doing business as Love City Barbecue on St. John.
Your name, ma'am?
Janice Foy Paris.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's begin with the testimony. We're going to allow Mr. Richards to give us an overview of these 7 lease agreements. So we'll begin with Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards.
Good morning again. I'm Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I'm here today testifying on behalf of Commissioner Anthony Thomas on the proposed lease agreements for the St. Thomas and St. John District, which are before this committee for consideration. I request, again, respectfully, that this committee approve and the full body approve the lease agreements between the GVI and Julian's Welding, Caribbean Tradewinds Lodge number 17, Incorporated District number 8, Courtesy Car Wash LLC, Hustlers and Sons Incorporated, Sanitary Trash Removal Services Incorporated, OCorp LLC, doing business as Owens Jeep Rental, and finally, Janice Paris, doing business as Love City Barbecue, pardon me. These lease agreements all require legislative approval in accordance with 31 Virgin Islands Code subsection 205C. Their terms all commence on the first day of the month following the approval of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The rent payable on these lease agreements shall adjust annually, including any renewal terms, in accordance with the Consumer Price Index increase established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. All lease agreements require a minimum of $1 million for all limits of public liability coverage. The Department of Property and Procurement, as the premises owners, will be required to execute all permits, applications required for the premises. These potential lease lessees have all provided the required documentation to support the processing of their lease agreements with the government, including but not limited to their business licenses and certificates of good standing. The lease agreement between Julian's Welding and the government of the Virgin Islands is for 2 plots of land located at number 99B-1 and 99B-3, submarine number 9, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of a combined total of 10,649 square feet, more or less. The property will be used for the expansion of an operational welding shop and other related activities. The term of this agreement is for 20 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 additional 5-year renewal options. The annual rent for the above referenced parcel will be $18,000, payable in equal monthly installments of $1,500 during the term of the lease. The lease agreement between the GVI and Lodge Number 17 is for a plot of land known as Number 1 Veterans Drive, formerly Turneyburg, Kings Quarters, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of a 2-story building of approximately 2,400 square feet, more or less. The property will be used to conduct meetings and community outreach activities with other nonprofit organizations, feed the homeless, mentor youth, and for other related purposes. The term of this agreement is for 20 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 10-year renewal options. The annual rent for the above referenced parcel will be $4,800, payable in $400 monthly payments during the term of the lease agreement. Pardon me. The lease agreement between Hustlers and Sons and the government of the Virgin Islands is for parcel number 34, Estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 5,458 square feet, more or less. Property will be used to operate a garage and auto repair shop with other related activities and no other purpose whatsoever. The term of this agreement is for 20 years, and the lease agreement provides for 1 10-year renewal option. The annual rent for the reference parcel will be $36,000 annually, payable in equal monthly installments of $3,000. The lease agreement between Courtesy Car Wash and the government of the Virgin Islands for parcel number 300B, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 2,911 square feet of land, more or less. The property will be used to operate a public car wash and for other related purposes. The term of this agreement is for 30 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 10-year renewal options. The annual rent for the above referenced parcel will be $24,000 annually, payable in monthly installments of $2,000. The lease agreement between Sanitary Trash Removal and the government of the Virgin Islands for parcel number 130A-1, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of 8,182 square feet, more or less. The property will be used for the purposes of operating a garbage removal business and for other related purposes. The term of this agreement is for 10 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 5-year renewal options. The annual rent for the reference parcel will be $14,000 monthly, payable in installments of $1,200 monthly. May I repeat that? It will be for $14,400 annually, payable in installment payments of $1,200 monthly. The lease agreement between Owens Jeep Rental and the government of the Virgin Islands for parcel number 1AD Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, consisting of 715 square feet of property, more or less. The property will be used for the purposes of renting vehicles and other related purposes. The term of this agreement is for 20 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 5-year renewal options. The annual rent will be $12,000, payable in equal monthly installments of $1,000. The agreement between, finally, between Janice Enterprises LLC, doing business as Love City Barbecue and Grill, and the government of the Virgin Islands is for parcel number 307 Cruz Bay, St. John Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, which includes a one-story building situated on approximately 2,641 U.S. Square feet of land, more or less. The property will be used to operate a mobile bar and grill and for other related purposes. The term of the agreement shall be for a period of 20 years, and the lease agreement provides for 2 additional 5-year renewal options. The annual rent will be $15,840, payable in monthly installments of $1,320 during the terms of the lease agreement. These proposed lease agreements will allow the prospective tenants to rehabilitate and repurpose these areas of the United States Virgin Islands. The properties will be returned to the government at the end of the lease terms in improved conditions. The department seeks and is committed to establishing long-term tenancy and agreements with local businesses. The Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Finance vote in favor of these proposed lease agreements. If approved, or if and when approved, these leases will assist these locally owned businesses to achieve their goals of expansion and improved operations. They will continue to provide ongoing growth within the United States Virgin Islands and its long-term stability and economic expansion. This concludes my prepared testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any question the committee may have on the reference lease agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Let's begin with Mr. Julian, or the owner of Julian's Welding. Mr. Julian, you may proceed.
Okay, again, my name is Andrew George. I'm representing Jonah Julian. I'm here today to represent him as doing business as Julian Welding, and in support of Bill 34, number 34-0194, an act approving a leasing agreement between the government of the USVI and Department of Property and Procurement and Julian Welding, doing business as Julian's Welding. This bill approves a lease between the government and Julian's Welding, doing business as Julian Welding, for the operation of a welding shop and related activities at numbers 99B-1 and 99B-3 subbase Southside quarters, consisting of 5,680.9 and 4,969 square feet, respectively, shown on OLG file number D9-8272-T009. While there are no disadvantages of passing the bill, there are marked advantages. Number one, Julian's Welding has been operating in the Virgin Islands since 1991 and has provided service to the community that is competitive, affordable, and excellent. Julian's Welding currently employs 4 full-time and 2 part-time employees, plus as-needed employees. Number 3, obtaining this additional property will enable the company to expand its production and employ more workers in the Virgin Islands, thus creating a positive impact on the community. Number 4, the expansion will enable the company to be more productive and efficient in being able to satisfy its work orders in a timely manner. Number 5, more materials will be able to be kept on hand, thereby eliminating the usual weight on material being imported from the mainland and Puerto Rico. We are recommending that this bill is passed by this 34th legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Hart.
Good morning, Senator.
Morning.
Good morning, Senator Viale, Chairman of the Finance Committee, and our other senators present today in person or via Zoom, and the listening audience. I am Halva Hard III, Watchman Master Elect of Carrier Trade Winds Lodge, number 17, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. We're here today to testify on bill number 34-0275, a lease for the Boy Scout building. But before I do that, let me give you a brief history of the lodge. Carrier Trade Winds Lodge was founded through the hard work and diligence. Oh, sorry, let me turn off the speaker too. Carrier Trade Winds Lodge was founded through the hard work and diligence of Master Winston Leonard, born in St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Brother Leonard moved to the state of Georgia for a number of years and to attend Morehouse College. During this time, he became a Prince Hall Mason. He furthered his Masonic knowledge by advancing rapidly through other Masonic appetence bodies to also become a Royal Ark Mason, a Knights Templar, and a 32nd Mason, and a Shriner, all before his 26th birthday. Not many men in the world can say they have completed that. To show himself to be a Mason. He was always able to astound the most learned Mason by his vast knowledge of many aspects of Masonry and tremendous ability to break down the deeper meanings behind many of the Masonic teachings. Upon returning home, Past Master Leonard had a dream of bringing Prince Hall Masonry to St. Thomas. He sought out other Masons who yearned for the establishment of the Prince Hall Lodge here on St. Thomas. Petitioned the most wealthy Prince Hall Grand Lodge in the jurisdiction of Georgia for a dispensation to open Carrier Trade Winds Lodge. This dispensation was granted on December 16, 1995 by the most wealthy Prince Hall Grand and in the jurisdiction of Georgia, Honorable Benjamin Barksdale, 33rd degree. Carrier Trade Winds Lodge Charter was signed on June 13, 1996, and so Past Master Leonard's dream came to fruition. The lodge grew by leaps and bounds in the next few years. Its members quickly became known for their proficiency, knowledge, and many community service activities, the first of which was assisted the Olamola Elementary School, the post-hurricane cleanup in 1996. In December of 1999, Brother John James Jr. was elected Worship Master of the Lodge. He continued into the footsteps of Past Master Leonard. James accomplished many goals during his term, the hardest of which was leading the Lodge through the last of Past Master Leonard, who was suddenly all too soon, in February of 2001, December of 2001, Brother Michael A.C. Barat elected to the position of Worship Master. His foremost goal was to continue the current community service program as well as institute new ones, church visitations, Prince Holiday celebrations, and family and friends beach functions, help to bring child ministry further into the community. Past Master Walter Freeman took in December of 2003, again continuing to build a legacy which is Carrier Trade Winds Lodge. One of his greatest accomplishments was facilitating the opening of our Eastern Star chapter. Through the years, we have been under the leadership of three Grandmasters, Benjamin Barksdale, 3rd degree active, Willie Williams, 33rd degree, and our current Grandmaster, Honorable Lucas, 33rd degree of February 2005. Michael A. Moran, 33rd, became special Grandmaster in addition. Our numbers have grown over the years to include dedicated men from all walks of life, each of which was played a role in making us who we are today. We have been and continue to be committed to the betterment of the Prince Hall Mason of Thomas Virgin Islands. Carrier Trade Winds Lodge has firmly rooted itself in the community and shown its commitment to the community service in numerous ways, such as but not limited to adoption of our F. Muller Elementary School for the past 24 years, participation in mentorship programs, assisted agencies in yard cleanup and paintings, and participating in careers. Also annually hold conjunction with the Sister of the Port of the Virgin Islands, Thanksgiving feast for the less fortunate for the past 26 years. This is what we do as Prince Hall Masons. This is what we are all about. Being better individuals so that we be able to be a better organization, and thereby make our community a better place for all through our community service. We shall continue to move forward and pave the road for those who travel this way after us, who truly are celebrating years of pride in Prince Andrews Road. We thank our wives and significant others families for their support and understanding as our endeavors take precious time away from them. However, we know that they can be proud of our accomplishments in the community. The Boy Scout building that we're hoping to acquire will be used as a community-based center. We have been getting requests from many of our organizations to use the building to host some of their various meetings. Carib Tradewinds large plans to host an after-school mentorship program, along with the numerous fundraisers that we currently do. We are also planning to partner with nonprofit organizations to offer some services in the central area. Our main plan is to put forward programs and benefits to our youth and community, sorry. I am here to answer all questions that the committee has to ask.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll read the testimony from Attorney Rivers for Hustlers and Sons. Madam Clerk, you recognize.
Memorandum dated December 12, 2022. Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, regarding Hustler and Sons, Inc. Good day, Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairman of the Finance Committee of the 34th Legislature and other members of this committee. My name is Clive Rivers, and I am the attorney for Charles Worth Richards, the owner of Hustler and Sons, Inc. Please excuse my absence from today's hearing as I am presently out of the territory on medical appointments. However, I offer the following comments in support of my client's request for the approval of the lease extension for parcel number 34, Estate Niski, number 6, South Side Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The property is currently used as a garage and auto body repair shop. Hustler and Sons, Inc. has operated at this location for a little more than 20 years. This measure is the option to extend the lease for an additional 10 years. The approval of this lease extension accomplishes the following. Number one, it keeps Mr. Richards and Hustler and Sons, Inc. in business for an additional 10 years. Number two, it continues to provide employment for 7 employees, which amounts to feeding 7 Virgin Islands families. And number three, Hustler and Sons, Inc. has been in business for over 50 years. During those years, dozens of young Virgin Islanders learned the business of auto repair under the tutelage of Mr. Richards. Some of these former employees moved on to start their own auto body repair businesses. The approval of this lease extension would allow Hustler and Sons to continue to operate and provide training and opportunities for young Virgin Islanders. Hence, the approval of this lease extension is a win-win for all. Sincerely, Clive Richards, Esquire.
Clive Rivers, attorney. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Sincerely, Clive Rivers, Esquire.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll have courtesy car wash. May proceed. Gregory Edward.
Yes.
My name is Josephine Edward, and I'll be reading the testimony today. Good morning to all. My name is Josephine Edward. I'm here on behalf of Courtesy Car Wash LLC. Courtesy Car Wash LLC comes before you today to request approval of a long-term lease for premises constituting a portion of parcel number 300B near Cruz Bay, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands. Courtesy Car Wash LLC was formed by Gregory and Josephine Edward, who are the principal owners. Closer? Okay. Courtesy Car Wash LLC was formed by Gregory and Josephine Edward, who are the principal officers. Courtesy Car Wash LLC is dependently owned and incorporated under the Virgin Islands law with all applicable laws and taxes. Gregory and Josephine Edwards currently own and operates Courtesy Car and Chip Rental, Inc.,
which started in 1993. At the time, St. John was in need of vehicles rental to meet the demand of the number of tourists visiting the island. Courtesy Car Rental was formed to meet the need and has since maintained a long-standing reputation for good customer service and reliable vehicles. Courtesy Car Rental Inc. has successfully received a certificate of good standing for the past 29 years. The company often gives back to the community by sponsoring and contributing to various community organizations and schools. Gregory and Josephine Edward envisioned Courtesy Car Wash as a business that would meet another need for the island. St. John currently does not have a physical car wash location, providing convenience for the St. John community. Upon approval, Courtesy Car Wash LLC hopes to also contribute to the local community. Gregory previously worked at Canal Bay Hotel in the Cinnamon Bay Department for 20 years and cost control before resigning. Courtesy Car Wash LLC is seeking a long-term lease that will permit the company to open a car wash on St. John, Virgin Islands. It has been negotiated and approved and supported by an appraisal of the government. The lease has been approved by the Department of Property and Procurement and the legal team. It has been certified by the Department of Justice and the governor have executed the lease. We now look to the body for its approval of the final lease.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lynch. Sanitary Trash Removal Services.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Vailey, members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 34th Legislature, and your audience. I am John Lynch, President of Sanitary Trash Removal Services, Inc., hereinafter STS. Thank you for the opportunity to testify virtually on Bill number 34-0373, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and STS for parcel number 130A-1, submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of 0.19 U.S. acres. STS is a locally owned trash removal company located on the island of St. Thomas. This company has been in existence and in good standing in this community for more than 40 years. STS provides commercial and residential trash removal services. The leased property is currently being utilized for parking trucks, cleaning, storing, and repairing bins used for trash collection, servicing and repairing vehicles, and other functions related to the management and operation of a trash removal business. STS has been a tenant of the Department of Property and Procurement for over 30 years. And as a small business owner, I am here today to seek your favorable approval of our lease renewal. I would like to thank Anthony Thomas, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and his team for their professionalism and assistance throughout this lease negotiation process. Thank you for your time. I am ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Lisa Boynes.
Hi, good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Senator Valet, honorable members of the Committee on Finance, members of the 34th Legislature, and listening public. Thank you for this opportunity to address the committee today in support of Bill number 34-0374, which seeks to approve the lease between the Government of the Virgin Islands and OCORP LLC. I am Lisa Boynes, one of the managing members of OCORP LLC, doing business as Owens Jeep Rental. OCORP LLC was organized in the territory of the United States Virgin Islands on May 13, 2021, for the purpose of operating a car rental on the island of St. John. As we're all aware, St. John is a prime location for tourists, with the busy period being between the months of November and April. Our research shows that during the busiest times of the year, it is sometimes difficult for individuals to obtain a car to rent. A lack of inventory can negatively impact travel plans and reflect negatively on our tourism product. Mr. Krieger, native of St. John, and I, a 41-year resident of St. John, saw the need to add rental car inventory to the island and embarked on this business venture. On September 14, 2022, OCorp LLC entered into a lease agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands to rent property located at parcel number 1AD Cruise Bay Town, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands. We are anticipating opening the car agency in early 2023. OCorp LLC is in support of the approval of the lease agreement executed between the government of the Virgin Islands and OCorp LLC, and we are available to answer any questions the committee may have. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Foy Paris.
The Honorable Senator Kurt Valley, Chairman of the Committee of Finance, member of the community, other senators present, audience in the chamber, and to the listening and viewing audience, good afternoon. My name is Janice Foy Paris, owner and operator of Janice LLC, doing business as Love City Barbecue and Grill at parcel number 307, Cruise Bay, St. John. I extend sincere thank you to the Honorable Albert Bryan, Governor of the Virgin Islands, and Commissioner Anthony Thomas of Department of Property and Procurement for their approval of the lease agreement. I would like to thank the sponsor of this bill, number 34-30831, the Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory and Angel Bulwes Jr. As a native of St. John, mother of 3 adult children, all raised primarily on St. John, I take pride in owning this business on St. John, my home. As I look around our St. John community, I recognize that St. Johnian owning and operating business in St. John are few and far between. Our St. John community has a special feel, and who better to impact the love of Love City than a St. Johnian through our food. Love City Barbecue is endeavor derived from my love for food, an attempt to do something that will bring people together while keeping a St. John feel. The challenge we faced in operating were great, but well worth. The challenge of sourcing equipment off Ireland and getting it from wherever to St. John, getting supply and maintaining a good stock, all worth it. It takes will, dedication, and determination to operate a small local business here on St. John. As a proud St. Johnian, I am happy to do so. In the time that we have been open, we have welcomed locals and visitors alike to enjoy St. John flavor. Love City Barbecue has grown and is growing to be a place where local comes, hang out, and visitors come and get Love City feel. Approval of this lease will enable me to continue what I have begun at Love City Barbecue. It will allow me to continue something that I love to do, engage locals and visitors alike, as I provide delicious food, St. John style, providing a unique taste that you will only find in Love City. I invite you to come experience Love City Barbecue. I am a proud St. Johnian residing on St. John, asking you for your support and the opportunity to grow my business to be a St. John icon that will make the Virgin Islands proud. I humbly ask your support for Bill number 34-0381, and acting approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Janice LLC, doing business as Love City Barbecue and Grill, parcel number 307, Cruise Bay Town, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John. I am now available for any question that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's good to see 2 local St. Johnians getting into the business market. We have one more. I think we finished. I want to recognize Senator Noble Francis. Thank you for joining us. Colleagues, we have 7 lease agreements. I don't think that any, or is it 6? I don't think any are controversial. So we're going to, no, it's 7. Yeah. So we're going to go to a brief period of questions. Colleagues, it's 7, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds more. So we will do 2 minutes and 30 seconds for this juncture. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good day, testifiers. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I'm up to the challenge. I stand in full support of all these lease, especially like you say, too, on the island of St. John. We ain't forgetting St. John at all. But, you know, I like to talk about, Mr. Hart, you have a nice spot in the Boy Scout building, but again, in how it is situated, what's your plans for the great things that you endeavor to do, being that you have the road right next to you on one side, and then you have the highway and the small drive area? How do people come to support you at your area that you've chosen?
Well, we have recognized that parking is a slight challenge because we have limited parking spaces. We have about 4 parking spaces there. But fortunately, the parking lot is right down the street. It's a brief walk. Some of plans to place the windows, put on some hurricane shutters, because we know it's right there at the waterfront area. Even though the building is strong, you know, windows and stuff could be broken as well. Right now, we're cleaning out the building. We're going to do a whole paint up, I think, again, to be up and running in January. But it's in walking distance. Some of the programs that we are applying for counseling and the various after school and things, it works well because it's right in the heart of this walking distance. It's in the area of where the safari buses stop. I can catch a safari and forth. So it worked out well for us.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And you know, I'll take the last of my time being, like I said, I do support everyone. In 1979, my first vehicle I had, you know, my father, old car, 1967 Dodge Coronet. I took it to Hustler Body Shop when it was there in Frenchtown. And then boy did a fantabulous job on me, you know, I had the sharpest car in town. And to know that Hustler and his sons are still in business and still looking to extend out another 10 years, you know, I'm honored to be here to vote in affirmative for those gentlemen. And all the others are, Mr. Lynch, I haven't seen you in about 100 years also. It's good to see you and see you continue working hard. Thank you to everyone for the great things that you're doing and the leases that you're trying to get, and for your great duties that you're doing into this community. With that said, season's greetings, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. We don't have a representative from Hustlers to be able to tell us whether or not his car was really the sharpest one after being fixed. So we'll have to go with his word. Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before my time starts, I just want, if everybody could just mute their microphones, the echo is very horrible. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Can everyone mute their device? Hold us at a time. We need everybody to mute their device, please. Thank you.
Last week?
I think we're getting the feedback from St. Thomas. Proceed, Senator.
Yes, I'm here to speak in the same, but yes. Can you hear me now? All right, well, let me go ahead.
Yes.
Like I was saying, I stand in support of all the measures before us when it comes to the leasing and the event. Mr. Chair, that's it. It's too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to central staff. And of course, good afternoon to the applicants that's before us today. I want to thank all of them for going through the process of applying to the government of the Virgin Islands for these lease agreement. And I stand in support of the measures before me. Of course, I'm not a member of this committee, but at the opportune time, I will be voting on my conscience on these measures. I just wanted to ask the Commissioner of Property and Procurement representative if he could just talk a little bit about the process by which individuals are seeking to enter into leases with the government. How do they go about doing that? And how long is the process? If you could just use this opportunity again to educate the public.
Vincent Richards for Department of Property and Procurement. Over the last couple of years, we've developed the usvileasing.com. That's a portal that you can enter and view some of the GVI's vast inventory of property. Through that portal, you could also apply. You could apply to rent real estate or submit proposals for development of real estate. We have a policy of responding within 30 days, within 14 days, responding. That process has improved tremendously in the last few years with the help of additional capacity and funding provided to the department and the division. So that's a crux of my answer, Senator. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Very well. And part of the process is then to do a background check, some investigative aspect of the qualifications or the criteria by which the approval is done. Can you speak to that process?
Yes, Senator. Pardon me?
You may proceed. Go ahead.
Yes, Senator. We request credit background on new tenants, and we pull their business records to make sure that they have been current, consistently current on their obligations to the GVI. That's pretty much the crux of it.
And there's a synergy that's developed between the government entities in respect to DLCA, Property and Procurement, Department of Justice, the Fire Department. Is there a synergy that's developed in terms of being able to a one-stop stop where you actually review this process, these applications?
Senator, yes, there's been an increased synergy with DLCA. DLCA very responsive. They also have a portal as well where you can go in and check the status of business license. The Lieutenant Governor's Office, same thing. You can check status of certificate of good standing, as well as their corporate documents, and then the working relationship with individual within those other support agencies has been the support has expanded or improved exponentially in the last few years.
Very well. Thank you. My time had been called, but I thought it was very important for us to utilize this opportunity to educate the public on this. Certainly, I want to thank all of those individuals that have taken the plunge, and all I could ask is that you continue your side of the partnership to make sure that you're living up to the expectations, as well as the government of the Virgin Islands live up to the expectations of delivering services to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and good luck to all of the applicants.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this particular block, I'm going to coin it the Virgin Islands Small Business Block, because all of the individuals before us, with the exception of the lodge, are small business folks who live, work, and have raised their families here. So I want to congratulate you and thank you for continuing to be an important part of the economic development of the Virgin Islands as a whole. It's not easy conducting business and here in the territory, and definitely as a small business, we know that the struggle is real. And I definitely want to commend the two women that's before us for making sure that we stay in the paint as it relates to small businesses here in the Virgin Islands. I have a question for the Deputy Director, Deputy Commissioner Richards. These leases that are before us, the majority or all of them are renewals?
Some of them are startups, and some are renewal.
How many are startups? Which ones are actual startups? My time is running. Outside of the one for the lodge.
Janice, Paris and Love City, that's a startup.
Okay, the barbecue is a startup.
Correct. Julian's Welding is a existing longtime tenant and a longtime tenant and a very good tenant.
1 minute.
Courtesy Car Wash. They're a startup, but they're also tenants of ours through Courtesy Car Rental.
So it's an extension of the car rental business?
Yeah.
Is it on an adjacent property?
It's a property nearby, but it's not connected.
Okay, you may proceed.
Owens O Corp and Owens Jeep Rental, it's a startup. Sanitary trash removal service, or STS, is an existing and an excellent tenant of the GVI.
Okay, that's it?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Lynch is the
Mr. Lynch, STS. Service,
I know that he's been in business for a very long time.
Excellent tenant.
Yeah, like for as long as I could remember myself. So that's why I asked the question. Well, I want to just commend those individuals who are expanding their businesses and those who are, opening new businesses. I see that the Jeep Rental is a new tenant. A business in the Island District of St. John. So that's 3 women and not 2 women. My time has been called, but Mr. Chair, I think that the Deputy Commissioner has something that he wants to say.
One thing I want to say is all these individuals are here, all their balances on our accounts are zero, and they're usually all zero. And I won't embarrass them to point them out, but some of them pay rents in advance. So they're very, very, extremely good tenants.
All right, thank you. So I did get a text from someone relating to the barbecue tenant, saying that is a very good family and they give back tremendously to the island of St. John. So please make sure that I support the measure, but of course I'm the sponsor. So I look forward to eating more barbecue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. We want to thank all the testifiers who testified on these 7 different lease agreements. We are going to go ahead and excuse you, and we are going to move directly into motions for these different measures. Motion on bill number 34-0194. Motion, Senator DeGraff.
Some work. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move bill number 34-0194, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Julian Welding, DBA Julian Welding, be voted favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Senator Fred Gregory. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0194, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Julian Weldon, better known as Julian Weldon, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion? Motion, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 34-0275, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Carib Trade Winds Lodge number 17, Inc., District number 8, for the purpose of conducting meetings, community outreach activities, feeding the homeless, mentoring the youth, and for other related purposes, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Fred Gregory. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0275, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Carib Trade Winds Lodge number 17, Inc., District number 8, for the purpose of conducting meetings, community outreach activities, feeding the homeless, mentoring youth, and for other related purposes, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 34-0363, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and Hustler and Sons, Inc., for parcel number 34, Estate Niski, number 6 Southside Quarter, on the island of St. Thomas, for the purpose of operating a garage and repair shop with related activities, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Fred Gregory. Thank you. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0363, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, Inc., acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Hustler and Sons, Inc., for parcel number 34, Estate Niski, number 6 Outside Quarter, on the island of St. Thomas, for the purpose of operating a garage and repair shop with related activities, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion? Go ahead.
Motion. I move Bill number 34-0364, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of Department of Public Procurement and Courtesy Car Wash LLC, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator
Second.
J. Van James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0364, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Courtesy Car Wash LLC, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion, Senator Han.
Motion. I move Bill number 34-0373, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Department of Property and Procurement and Sanitary Trash Removal Services, Inc., be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0373, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Property and Procurement and Sanitary Trash Removal Services, Inc., has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion?
Motion. I move Bill number 34-0374, an act approving lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and O-Corp LLC, DBA Owens Jeep Rental, for parcel number 1AD, Cruise Bay Town, number 1 Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, consisting of 715 U.S. square feet or 0.016 U.S. acre, more or less, to be used for the rental of vehicles and for other related purposes, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0374, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and O-Corp LLC, better known, also known as Owens Jeep Rental, for parcel number 1AD Cruise Bay Tongue, number 1 Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, consisting of 7, I think that should be Okay, 715 US square feet, or 0.016 US acre, more or less, to be used for the rental of vehicles and for other related purposes, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. That is
Motion.
a small piece of property, 715 square foot. I was like, whoa, that's really small. Motion, Senator
Motion.
DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 34-0381, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Janice Enterprise, LLC, DDA, Love City Barbecue and Grill, for parcel number 307 Cruise Bay Town, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, which includes a one-story building situated on approximately 2,641.09 US square feet, or 0.06 US acre, or more or less, of improved land to be used to operate a mobile bar and grill and for other related purposes, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Thank you. Motion made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator
Second.
James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yay.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, yay, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0381, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Janice Enterprise, LLC, better known as Love City Barbecue and Grill, for parcel number 307, Cruise Bay Town, Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, which includes a one-story building situated on approximately 2,641.09 US square feet, or 0.06 US acre, more or less, of improved land to be used and to operate a mobile bar and grill and for other related purposes, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. The Committee of Finance will take a 1-minute recess.
Vince.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Colleagues, next we're going to quickly hear Bill number 34-0283, which is an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to scholarships, by adding Section 190FF to establish the Virgin Islands Stenography Scholarship Fund, which will fund a scholarship for individuals pursuing a certificate in stenography, court reporting, or related field. We have already appropriated money for this particular scholarship in the 2023 budget. So this is literally just formalizing the process. I'm going to allow the chair to speak to this measure, and then we have one of our stenographers, Ms. Tricia Seeley, that will give a brief testimony on why this measure is important. Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're giving me the chairmanship already, man. You say you're going to allow the chair to speak.
I just happened to see a document across my desk that said Chair Donna Fred Gregory, Chair of the Finance Committee, so I was just practicing.
Really? You're scaring me. So good afternoon again, and good afternoon to my colleagues that are listening and to the viewing audience. Of course, the Chair of the Finance Committee shared the information that we are basically now making the stenography scholarship law. And of course, we know of the challenges that we have in the institution with stenographers, and this measure is to really, get the information out there so our young people can apply to become stenographers. So I'm not going to belabor the discussion. We'll allow the chair to have a brief testimony from our lead chief stenographer of the legislature. And I'm sure that all the stenographers throughout the territory will definitely appreciate this conversation that we're having today, because it remains a challenge and it's a dying profession that is a very much needed profession. So we really need to make sure that we get the word out and let our young people know that this is also a profession that they can engage in that pays money. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Pays good money. And we want to recognize Ms. Seeley, Tricia Seeley. And while we recognize her, we also want to thank all of the stenographers of the legislature who on a daily basis report for the senators, and at times have an easy job and at times have a very, very hard job, especially when we're having debate back and forth. So I'm going to ask everyone to remain very quiet when Ms. Seeley says her testimony, because that's what she tells us all the time. I can't hear you. You gotta be quiet. So for the stenographer to capture Ms. Seeley, I need everyone to stay quiet in the room. Ms. Seeley, you're recognized.
Good morning, Senator Viale. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, legislature family. Please accept this brief testimony as my support for Bill number 34-0283. Good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Vice Chairwoman and Senate President Donna A. Fred Gregory, members of the committee present, and those listening, Senator Javon James, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, other members of fellow testifier, and the viewing and listening audiences. My name is Tricia Seeley. I am the Chief Reporter of the Office of Legislative Reporter here at the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. And it is indeed an honor and privilege for me to appear before you, before this Finance Committee, with the support of my colleagues, of course, in the Reporter's Office and all our court reporting family in the Virgin Islands and around the world. We are here to support Bill number 34-0283, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to scholarships by adding Section 190FF to establish the Virgin Islands Stenography Scholarship Fund, which will fund a scholarship for individuals pursuing a certificate in stenography, court reporting, or a related field. This bill is proposed by the Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. And this is long overdue. This is a long overdue bill. We have in the court reporting field, we have many challenges right now attracting a new generation of court reporters. So my appearance here today is more to advocate and promote the profession. While I do support the bill, of course, it's more to bring light and awareness to the fact that court reporting is a lucrative career path. It's an enjoyable career path. I have been a court reporter for 26 years about. Ready to retire soon, as is most of our court reporters in this profession right now. So we think it is most important that bills like this to promote careers that are basically, we're losing our new and energetic staff, you know? Right now at the legislature, I can tell you, when I started in 2000, we had 10 reporters. Right now we have 4, and 1 appearing virtually in the legislature. Of course, we have a number of committees, probably 11 committees, and every meeting has to be covered by the reporter staff. We have to cover every meeting word for word. We have to secure the legislative history. It's very important that we do that for future generations. And so we implore you, we ask for your support as we go out starting January of 2023. Our goal as court reporters is to really promote this field, whether through radio, whether through the education component, Department of Education, UVI. We'll be reaching out to all of you for your assistance, for your support in promoting the court reporting field. So, as I said, my testimony is more to promote the field versus going deep into the bill. But if you have any questions, I am available to answer to the best of my ability. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I hope that some of the young generation or individuals heard your testimony would be encouraged to move into this particular field. I must say that I am a bit apprehensive in reference to the future of the Virgin Islands and individuals becoming professionals, because if we don't, and I hope that this scholarship really encourages individuals to go into the field, or we're going to be literally having to import stenographers or hire individuals from outside. And I have the same worry for teachers and nurses, where we have already been, EMTs, we have already been forced to continuously have to import individuals to fill those important roles. And we got to be able to change this trajectory. So let's hope that somebody takes advantage of this bill and get the money and be able to become a stenographer, and that we can increase the number of individuals who are in this particular field. Senators, like I said before, we discussed this measure during the budget markup. We included it in the scholarship section, and we just wanted to have a bill that would allow this section to take place. I'm going to give everybody 45 seconds to speak on it if you want to speak on it, and then let's just vote on it, because we literally went over it. Senator DeGraff, if you want to add something to this particular measure.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kudos to the sponsor. I support the bill 100%. Chief Seeley, I was wondering, I had the opportunity to hire a summer intern who worked in your field in stenography, Ms. Dow. I don't know if you're able to keep in contact with her, and now that we're pushing forward this, we could contact her to let her know we're working on some funding that could assist her and going toward that direction, because that was an interest. Could you speak to that?
Ms. Dow came on during the summer, and she worked alongside all of our reporters in the Legislative Reporter's Office, but more specifically, Ms. Vashti Gerald Berry. She was very hands-on with Miss Dow. Miss Dow, she amazed me because I was out on leave, and by the time I came back, she had already learned the stenograph keyboard. She had already learned all the letters of the machine, and I was so impressed. And I know she would make a great addition. So I have kept in contact with her. I am in contact with her mother as well, letting them know that we are here to support her whenever she's ready to go out, you know, and learn court reporting, or even just to come into the office and us show her, you know, some of the ropes. As is one of your staff currently, Ms. Michelle Dominique. She is currently going through court reporting school, and we are so impressed and just so elated to have her, to even want to be a part of our court reporting family. And anyone that is interested in our field, we just ask them to go on to our National Court Reporters website, ncra.org. There's so much information on there. They could feel free to call any one of us in the legislative reporters. We're always ecstatic and just excited to have anyone show interest in this field, and we're here to support you in your endeavors.
Season's greetings to you and your staff, and thank you very much. And I was saving the best for last, you know, Ms. Dominic, so I'm glad that you mentioned her and thing, you know. But again, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator James.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's so awesome to have our stenographer before us here today, and thank you for your testimony. We always like to talk about money, and yes, everybody wants to be compensated, but as far as the qualifications, the requirements to become a stenographer, if you can just briefly place that on the record for the listening public.
Oh, definitely. To be a court reporter, unlike a lot of other professions, you can't say it's a 4-year or it's a full 2-year course, because for me personally, I could tell you about my history. I was employed at the Department of Human Services, and I saw an ad for an introduction to court reporting course that was being held at UVI. And it was a 6-month course, and that was back in 1992. Now, I always knew I wanted to be a court reporter, but as life would have it, things happen, so I wasn't able to go immediately. But once UVI offered this course, I took it up and was finished in 6 months. And once that program was finished, I turned in my letter of resignation to Department of Human Services, and I went to school and finished in a year and like 4 months, right? And when I graduated, people were knocking at my door, you know, because it's like, you finished so quickly, you have to be like really good. But I wanted to come back home, and that's what I did. So you can get your associate's degree in court reporting, or you can get your Bachelor of Arts degree in court reporting. There's also a Bachelor of Science, which I am going to be pursuing soon. Don't ask me why, but I will be doing it. So it's flexible, you know, and the great thing about it is, like every other profession, you can train at home, which is what Ms. Dominique in Senator DeGraff's office is doing. She's working full-time and then doing her schooling in the evenings at a school in New York, which is actually my alma mater. So there's so many options to learn court reporting.
Thank you for placing that on the record. Yes, thank you for placing that on the record. I just hope and pray moving forward that the Department of Education, when they do have the career day activities within the school, and I'm not talking about introducing to them on the high school level, but hopefully on the junior high school level, that we can start to introduce them from a very young age. And I know the legislature has a Legislative Youth Advisory Council, and yes, the goal is to make them future senators, but you have to be realistic. Not everybody will be a senator. And hopefully by introducing them to how the institution functions, they have interest in that. With that said, I stand in support of the measure. Thank you, Madam President, for bringing this legislation forward.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you very much, Tricia, for your testimony. and thank you for all that you do for us here at the legislature. And I must say that, when you look at court reporting or stenography, it is a very good paying job, but it takes a specific attentive discipline and, hearing skills. And I would imagine that it takes a wear and tear on your back as well, because a lot of times you have to just sit up. And it takes a lot to be sitting up and still focusing on everything that's going on around you, listening to those testimony. And individuals have to speak legible and clear as well, because then you have the awesome responsibility of trying to clarify or at least, try to make sense of what individuals are saying. So I know a lot of times, you have that issue. But I must say that in wrapping up, thank you, timekeeper, that in fact I believe that is an opportunity. I spent the morning looking at how can we further develop the aviation unit here, and there's just so many voids and trades throughout the Virgin Islands, and we get to continue to encourage and implore our young people, because there are opportunities that's available to them. And yes, we could offer the scholarship, but it's on them then to be able to pursue those scholarships. So again, we're doing our part to provide it to them, and it'll be their responsibility then to apply themselves to it. So thank you again for all that you do, and certainly I think that this is a home run today as we continue to implore our youngsters to look at this profession as an opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to share that when I became a senator in the 33rd legislature, and I know Senator Sorrow is not here today, but she used to have the young people come in on, court reporting week? Yes, and share with them some of what happens here in the legislature as it relates to court reporting. So she's not here, but I'm certain that if she was, she would have definitely been in full support of this particular measure. Again, we know the issues that we have in the territory, and as it relates to, and it's throughout the country actually, as it relates to court reporting. And I think this is a good step in the right direction to encourage and provide support to individuals here on the ground with us in the Virgin Islands who are interested in becoming court reporters. So thank you, colleagues, for your support.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory, and Ms. Seeley. Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, I'm going to allow the clerk to read the other 3 items on the agenda, and after she is done, we will vote on the court reporting bill and then dispose of the other 3 bills. Madam Clerk, you may proceed.
Bill number 34-0253, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 2, Chapter 81, Section 2304 of the Virgin Islands Code to extend the exemption from the payment of real property taxes to certain real property, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Marjorie Roberts, Esquire. Partner: Marjorie Rawls Roberts, PC. Robert Wilder, Chairman, Wilder Balter Partners, Inc. Dana Clendenin, Interim Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Robert Graham, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Bill number 34-0368, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111 of the Virgin Islands Code, establishing an opioid abatement fund and an opioid abatement fund committee to oversee the use of the monies for specific purposes and report to the governor and the legislature and the attorney general on the outcome. Proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers: Denise George, Esquire, Attorney General, Department of Justice. Vosede Bruce, Commissioner, Department of Finance. Bill number 34-0378, an act appropriating the sum of $300,000 from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund, codified at Title 33 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3093, to the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023, and amending the Education Initiative Fund to provide for an annual allocation to the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board. Proposed by Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifiers: Anton Doss, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board. Mr. Michael Francois, Board Chairman, Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board. And Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the items in Block 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now have the introduction of Bill number 34-0253 by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I bring before the Committee on Finance today Bill number 34-0253. And one would probably ask, well, why are we looking to do tax abatements for developers here in the territory? But this act basically modifies the Virgin Islands Code to allow developers, and those are developers who basically partner with the Housing Finance Authority, tax abatements so they can keep the housing units in low and moderate income, in the low and moderate income housing pool. This measure helps with our housing crisis and brings the Virgin Islands Code in line with the U.S. Internal Revenue Code. The language in the bill provides the exemption of the payment of property taxes to residential units in a building, provided that the occupancy of the unit satisfies the requirements of the U.S. Internal Revenue Code. If the property does not meet with the IRS regulations mandate, then the full tax will become due. This measure helps to preserve the availability of affordable housing options in our communities, as well as which is a well-known issue in the Virgin Islands, of course. This bill does not reduce the property tax that would be collected, as the entities currently do not have a tax liability. And further, the property tax that would be due has not been included in any budget considerations for 2023 or previously or forward. And I ask for the committee's favorable affirmative vote of this measure at the appropriate time. So this is basically to assist with ensuring that our housing developers continue to allow their units, once the relationship expires with the Housing Finance Authority, to allow those units to continue to be utilized for low and moderate income homes, in particular apartments, et cetera, in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. We now have to testify on this particular measure, Attorney Marjorie Roberts. We should have Mr. Robert Wilder, Dana Clendenin, and Robert Graham. So in the well right now, can you go ahead, Attorney Roberts? Put your name and title on the record.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Marjorie Roberts, and I'm the founder and shareholder of the law firm of Marjorie Rawls Roberts, PC. Honorable Kurt A. VLA, Chair of the Finance Committee, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair, and other honorable members of the Committee on Finance.
Well, 1 second. Don't start your testimony yet. I'm trying to just recognize everyone that will be testifying. Is Mr. Wilder there, Mr. Robert Wilder?
I emailed I believe he was having some trouble with Teams. I don't know if.
I think I'm
There's
seeing. I think I'm seeing him virtual now since you're saying that. Mr. Wilder, can you turn your camera on and introduce yourself? Well, okay. If we can get him up, we will bring him on. We also requested for Dana Clendenin and Robert Graham, but they sent their testimony. Okay, so I'm going to begin with allowing Attorney Roberts to put her testimony on the record, and then we'll read the testimony from Dana Clendenin and Mr. Graham. Attorney Roberts, you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator Violet. Again, I'm delighted to be here. I'd like to thank Honorable Kurt A. Violet, Chair of the Finance Committee, Honorable Donna Frett Gregory, the Vice Chair, and other honorable members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature, other members in attendance, and others reviewing this critical legislation. I have submitted written comments. I don't think I'll read all of them, but I'll read the most pertinent parts. My name is Marjorie Roberts, as previously indicated, and I've been a tax attorney in the Virgin Islands for over 34 years, including 8 years as Chief Counsel and Technical Advisor at the Bureau of Internal Revenue. In commenting on the specific amendments contained in Bill number 34-0253, I will first provide a brief overview of Section 42 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended and as applicable to the Virgin Islands under the Mirror Code. Section 42 Housing Program provides an income tax credit to owners of certain newly constructed or substantially rehabilitated low-income rental housing projects that are both income and rent restricted. Simply put, investors receive a reduction in their tax liability in return for providing affordable housing to people with fixed or lower income levels. And there are very specific requirements as to the number of units that must be rent restricted or occupied by people below a certain medium income size. The need to amend Section 2304, Chapter 81, Subtitle 2, Title 33 of the Virgin Islands Code to provide for full real estate tax abatement for affordable housing communities developed in the Virgin Islands and operated under Section 42 of the Code is critical. The real estate tax abatement should be provided without expiration. That is, for the compliance period, which is currently what is stated in the legislation, and which is the initial 15 years of operation, plus the extended use period, which is 30 years commencing from initial operations and extending 15 years beyond the compliance period, and all periods following the end of the extended use period in which the affordable housing project is operated under the provisions of Section 42, that is, providing affordable housing to U.S. Virgin Islands residents. Long-term real estate tax abatement is essential in most affordable housing developments throughout the country and is especially critical in developing and operating affordable housing here due to the many challenges faced in the Virgin Islands in connection with the construction and operation of housing, including high construction costs, limited infrastructure, high insurance, high utility costs, and lower median incomes that can translate into lower rents. The St. Thomas Source reported on June 5th of this year in an article by Sean Pennington titled Op-Ed Housing Crisis Part 1, Lack of Affordable Housing Has Economic Consequences, that there are as many as 9,000 people on a waiting list for affordable housing, approximately 1/10 of the U.S. Virgin Islands population. It's imperative that amendments be made to Section 2304 to encourage affordable housing construction and the retention of public housing rental stock, rather than the sale of such housing after 15 years after the property tax exemptions under current law expire. Since 1990, the Treasury regulations promulgated under Section 42 require that all affordable housing developments that are developed and operated under Section 42 must comply with the Code Section 42 regs for the extended use period, which is 30 years from when the building is placed into service. The compliance period, which is the limit under our local legislation, is the first 15 years of the extended use period. during which time there are tax credit recapture provisions for noncompliance. Most affordable housing developments include in their capital structure long-term institutional debt financing, which is based on a 30-year or greater mortgage repayment term. A major reduction in property net income as a result of the elimination of the estate tax abatement to the 15-year compliance makes the long-term financing really difficult to underwrite, and hence can result in reduced mortgage loan proceeds that may be insufficient to pay the mortgage balance upon the extension. And frequently, affordable housing financing even has a balloon payment in year 15, as is the case with many VI projects. And the elimination of tax abatement at this point has an adverse impact on the ability of any affordable housing community to refinance the mortgage payment with the traditional affordable housing institutional mortgage lenders. Using an example that Bob Wilder gave me with Patriot Manor, the current property assessment is just over $25 million, and the real estate taxes after 15 years would be $181,000. While it has an agreement for full tax abatement through 2032, if it wants to refinance at that point, it would have to add the additional $181,000 real estate tax offense, which a tax expense, which would make mortgage financing much more difficult, if not unfeasible. Also, the mortgage and financing issues set out above impact the ability to raise both mortgage loan capital and equity from investors for new production in the Virgin Islands, because knowing that the property tax exemption is just for 15 years, that goes into the calculation of mortgage debt underwriting, and it reduces the loan proceeds available to develop or construct a new affordable housing project. No, this is awfully technical, but it is really critical, because a major source for new affordable housing, as we've seen with a number of the projects in the territory, is investor equity from investors who can benefit from the low-income housing tax credits under Section 42. While many investors review their financial alternatives after year 15, being an investor in affordable housing investment that may have limited or no residual value at the end of the 15th year as a result of the sudden real estate tax burden would likely adjust the amount of equity that they fund initially and further reduce the critical capital that is needed to develop and construct affordable housing projects. And finally, under the Treasury regs, the owner of the affordable housing project is no longer required to continue to operate as an affordable housing community following the end of the 30 years extended use period. They can in turn raise the apartment rents to full market levels with no income restrictions. So if the tax abatement is only through the extended use period, then it's very likely that most or all affordable housing owners will convert to a market rate rental community in year 31 if they're going to have to pay real estate taxes based on the assessed value of the property. So the language in the proposal here provides an incentives for owners to continue operating affordable housing communities by providing that the full property tax abatement will continue as long as the complex continues to be operated under the income and rent restrictions set out in Code 42. This legislation, consequently, is good for all VI residents, since the provision of affordable housing means a happy and stable population. I'm glad to answer any questions, and I even brought my tax code with me to take a look at. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now have the clerk read Mr. Graham's testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, Vice Chair Marvin A. Blyden, Senators Dwayne M. DeGraff, Donna A. Fred Gregory, Carla Joseph, Alma Francis Heiliger, Milton Potter, and Janelle Quesero. Good afternoon to all other distinguished senators present today, legislative staff, and the listening public. My name is Robert Graham, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I am providing testimony in support of Bill number 34-0253, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 2, Section 2304 of the Virgin Islands Code to extend the exemption from the payment of real property taxes to certain real property, proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. The Housing Authority is implementing our redevelopment plan to replace all 3,000 of obsolete public housing. To accomplish this goal, VIHA relies on funding from CDBG, DR, FEMA, and Low Income Housing Tax Credit, LIHTC, programs. The LIHTC is governed by IRS Section 42 with a compliance period and extended use period of 15 years for each period. To facilitate debt financing, continuity of financing, and to support the production of affordable housing, it is essential to extend the tax exemption through both compliance and extended use periods, or the full 30 years. It is clear in the affordable housing developments that long-term real estate tax abatement is essential in the mainland and more critical in the Virgin Islands. Because other factors like high construction costs, lack of infrastructure, extravagant high insurance, extraordinary utility costs, and very high operating costs, it is crucial to reduce the long-term impact of real estate taxes on the production of affordable housing. Thus, the Housing Authority fully supports the abatement of real estate taxes through the 15-year extended use period. To encourage owners to not convert affordable housing projects to market rate housing after the end of the compliance period, it is essential to provide an incentive for owners to maintain a project's affordability by extending the real estate tax abatement through the extended use period. Thus, we recommend that Title 33 be amended to provide full tax abatement for the entire 30-year period, as long as a project continues to operate under the income and rent restrictions in Section 42 of the IRS Code. In summary, the Housing Authority wholeheartedly supports this bill, not only because it supports our ability to continue to provide and build more housing communities, but also because private developers, whether or not they partner with VIHA, will continue to be more willing to invest in developing affordable housing in the Virgin Islands. Thank you for this opportunity to support this progressive legislative amendment. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of VIHA's testimony.
Thank you so much. Is Mr. Wilder available now? Did we get him up? Okay, I don't think he is there. Can you proceed to the next testimony? This is from Mr. Graham. You just said Graham? Clendenin, Dana Clendenin.
Correspondence dated December 9th, 2022, regarding Bill number 34-0253. Greetings, Honorable Senator Kurt Vialet. Thank you for inviting the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to give input on Bill number 34-0253, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 2, Chapter 81, Section 2304 of the Virgin Islands Code to extend the exemption from the payment of real property taxes for properties developed under the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program. We apologize for not being able to attend today's hearing due to a previously scheduled federal programs training, but we ask that the following testimony be included in the record. By way of background, the Low Income Housing Tax Credit, LIHTC, is a federal tax credit available to developers of qualified rental properties. LIHTC was enacted in 1986 under Section 42 of the Federal Tax Code to incentivize the production of affordable rental housing. LIHTC subsidizes the acquisition, rehabilitation, and new construction of affordable rental housing for low-income tenants. LIHTC works as a financing mechanism whereby developers are awarded the credits and syndicate sell the credits to equity investors who use credits to reduce their federal tax liability. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority administers the LIHTC program in the territory. Pursuant to federal regulations, properties developed under the LIHTC are required to be income and rent restricted for the first 15 years after the project is placed in service, a period defined in the governing federal regulations as the compliance period. LIHTC properties developed after 1990 are required to remain income and rent restricted for a minimum of 15 years after the expiration of the initial compliance period. The period beginning on the first day of the compliance period and ending on the date which is 15 years after the close of the compliance period, or a later date as may be specified in a formal agreement, is known as the extended use period. The requirement to remain affordable is recorded against the property in a document known as an extended use agreement or a land use restrictive agreement, LURA. LIHTC properties are subject to formal compliance monitoring, which includes file audits and physical inspections. Units developed under the LIHTC program account for the majority of the new units added to the territory's affordable rental housing inventory for the past 3 decades, more than 1,000 units. Some examples of the properties developed with the LIHTC include Megan's Junction, Lovinland, Patriot Manor, Sugar Estate Senior Housing on St. Thomas, Calabash Boom, and Bellevue on St. John, and Louis E. Brown Villas, Anna's Hope Villas, Concordia Manor, Carib Villas, Croyville Apartments, Orange Grove Villas on St. Croix. Under current local law, properties developed under the federal low-income housing tax credit program are exempt from real property taxes for the first 15 years after the project is placed in service, a period defined in the governing federal regulations as the compliance period. The proposed legislation seeks to extend the exemption through the extended use period, provided that the property remains in compliance with all the requirements of Section 42. With this background and requirements in mind, VIHFA does not oppose this legislation. High development costs usually mean that LIHTC properties have complex financing structures, which generally include high debt. The carrying costs of the debt, coupled with high operating costs, most particularly the cost of insurance, and restricted rents combine to make for tight budgets, low profit margins. Due to the size of the average LIHTC property and the value of the improvements thereon, the property tax expense can be significant. Savings realized as a result of the exemption provide extra cash flow that eases the burden on the operating budget. Extension of the exemption through the extended use period would ensure the projects will have the cash flow that can support reinvestment into the property, especially as the property ages. Reinvestment is critical to the preservation of affordable rental units. Obviously, any exemption from payment of taxes granted represents potential revenue foregone by the territorial government. Conversely, it also opens the door for additional low-income housing development in the territory, which is desperately needed today. Thank you for the opportunity given to offer our position on this matter. Warm regards, Dana Clendenin, Interim Executive Director, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer.
Thank you for the testimony from those in the budget, for reading the testimony. Before I go to a round of questioning, Attorney Roberts, we literally talking about 3 different periods, one being the compliance period, the next being the extended use, and then the period after. I have no issue at all with the extended use period, but I'm asking if the language as written is applicable to the period after the extended use. The low income tax credit is literally given for that 15-year period, and then they're mandated to continue to provide low income housing for at least another 15 years, which give it 30 years, correct?
Under Section 42,
Yes.
it is the 30 years, but there can be situations in which they, at the end of the 32, if they continue to get it, the owners are more likely to continue to keep it in the affordable housing stock rather than if property tax kicks in at the end of the 30 years, then, really they don't have any incentive to keep it as affordable housing. So that's why the bill is written talks about the extended use period and thereafter, as long as the occupancy of 100% of the units meets the Section 42 requirements, which go to, percentage of occupants who are below the median income level.
Okay, sure.
So what we're
Okay, so it extends to the extended use period, and then it extends to the period after the extended use period where they're able to get this property tax abatement, correct?
correct, as long, and again, there's no relief from the requirement that you have the strict requirements about rent restricted and the median gross income of the occupants.
Okay, so that is why you are referring back to Title 40, Code
Right.
42, Internal
They've got-
Revenue Code 42 for the period after the 30-year period.
Right, they've still got to be meeting those requirements in order to get the property tax abatement.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, I have no issue with the 30-year period, the compliance, and also the extended use period, because I know the calculations are done based on financing those monies over that 30-year period. I'm just a little bit concerned about the period after 30 with the rent abatement and whether or not we need to the sponsor the bill, we need to put in some language in reference to upkeep of the facility, et cetera, in order to continue to qualify for the property tax abatement. Should we have some provisions in there that would require that the property owner maintains the property to a certain level of maintenance in order to continue to receive the property tax abatement after the 30-year period?
Well, it does have the language that thereafter, as long as 100% of the units satisfy the Section 42 requirements.
And Section 42 requirement speaks to low-income housing.
Right.
Okay, but I'm talking about maintenance and upkeep after the 30-year period. I will have a discussion with the sponsor. I will go to...
Point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Okay, so Attorney Roberts, I think the chair of the committee is trying to establish whether or not, what are the accountability, will the accountability measures still be in play after that 30-year window? I think that's the primary concern.
Understood.
And I don't have the tax code in front of me. I know that you said you brought it with you.
I have the internal revenue, but I want to look at our local requirements as well.
Right.
But that might be something to just double check as well with one of the other two persons who submitted testimony.
Okay.
I would not have any problem with making sure that that was the case, although, hopefully business owners take care of their property.
Yeah, but I think what he's saying is there must be some responsibility as well on the side of the government, if you will, the Housing Finance Authority, the Housing Authority, et cetera, to ensure that these things are in fact in place. What gets monitored gets done. That's what the primary concern is here.
Understood.
Yes. Mr. Chair?
I wouldn't have any problem with that. We might, again, want to get their input since they're have the oversight.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick 1-minute recess. Sponsor the bill, I'm going to give you a call now. This committee stands in recess. The Committee of Finances is back on the record, and let me just explain what our concerns are, and then I think that we have come up with a solution. We know that we right now, according to the Virgin Islands Code, we give the property tax abatement for the first 15 years. Striking the compliance code and inserting the language, once 100% of the units in the building satisfy the requirements of Section 42, that then means that according to Internal Revenue Code Section 42, that they will receive that tax abatement for the 15-year extended use period, which gives them a 30-year tax abatement period. The language then says that they will continue to receive that particular tax abatement in an effort to make sure that the units remain low income and that the developer don't switch the formula and increase the rent and move those individuals out. So that is good to maintain the stock. However, our concern is that the period after the 30 years, that we are concerned about the upkeep and maintenance of those properties and that they meet a certain standard in order to continue to receive the property tax abatement. So I'm going to recognize the Senate President, 'cause I think we have a solution. Senator President, do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on your concern and the conversation that we had when we took the break, the recommendation is to amend this particular measure to require the property owners and developers to meet the housing quality standards of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority after the 30-year period. So that will ensure the accountability component. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I agree with that. So now we'll go to what we need. 3 minutes, Senators? 3 minutes if you need it. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. At first we were a little clouded. I think I understand it a lot better. But I think not only to the quality standards of housing, it should be forever and ever, amen, into perpetuity, that they determine what the extended is. So I do agree. So basically we're saying a developer develops a property, you get the low income tax credit, you get 15 years automatic, we extend it out to another 15. And then there's that period after the 30 years, we are solidifying that they have to maintain the standards of quality living in those facilities. That's what we are, Attorney Roberts? That's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that they would need to keep the same mix that is required for the low-income housing tax program. They can't change the mix of tenants to be people who are not in need of low-income housing, but the owners would have to keep the facilities in good order, meet the requirements with the oversight of the various housing authorities here, and they would continue to get the real estate tax abatement in that situation.
Okay, and I guess my final question to you, Attorney Roberts, would be, you're the expert in this field. What loopholes, other loopholes are we seeing, if any, that we are not seeing?
That's a good question. I don't really, I've looked closely at Section 42 and I've looked closely at our programs. And I think that we did hear during the testimony of one of the testimonies read all the very nice projects in the Virgin Islands, housing developments that have been constructed. So I think it's really working. And the issue is we want to make sure that a lot of them, that they don't turn into regular housing after a certain period of time and that they stay for the intended population mix. So I don't really see any other concerns other than this one.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roberts, Attorney Roberts. So again, I stand in support.
If I do, I'll let you know.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. I didn't hear what you said.
No, that was all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I stand in support, again, with the amendments and a greater understanding of what we're trying to do and for the people of the territory going forward way beyond our time here in the Senate as we stand presently. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator James?
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I too stand in support of this measure, and I'm happy that I heard earlier when it was referenced or asked about enforcement and who would have oversight once this bill comes into law. And that was my concern. So I'm assuming that it will be the Housing Authority or the Housing Finance Authority. Did I hear it correctly, Attorney?
It could come under, both of them depending on their specific responsibilities, but I think it'd be under the one with Director Graham primarily.
Okay. Thank you for placing that on the record. And once again, I understand that the Housing Authority placed something into the record stating that they will not be coming, but I really wish they were here. But moving right along, on the topic of affordable housing, I know that recently my colleagues and I have been receiving emails from constituents regarding, I guess, a bill that's coming up that speaks to rent control that's been a major fight down. But as we speak about affordable housing in the territory, I really hope and pray that once this is implemented, this law is passed by this body, that we do have the necessary oversight to make sure that we have affordable housing in the U.S. Virgin Islands and low-income individuals. Because recently I've seen where individuals have been calling my office, and based on the testimony that we saw here from the attorney, we have over 9,000 people on the waiting list.
1 minute.
We have a situation where individuals are in dire need of housing opportunities. And I really wish that the Housing Authority was here so I can ask them some questions regarding a section in the code that speaks to rent control. But without prolonging the issue, I want to say I stand in support of the measure. I want to say once again, kudos to the sponsor of this bill for making sure that we deal with this crisis in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And hopefully once implemented, like I said, that we have the necessary oversight to make sure no one is taking advantage of individuals who are renting in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and certainly I appreciate the conversation that's being had here today. And this, in particular, this seems to be a bread and butter issue. So I want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing this legislation forward, and understanding what's happening here, and the fact that we're allowing for an additional property tax abatement for an additional 15 years. And I think that you have made a good point, Mr. Chair, in respect to, and I think it's a good catch, is that beyond the 30 years, we still want to ensure that there is some responsibility and culpability to maintain good quality standards there. Attorney Roberts, just quickly, I wanted to get your take in terms of, despite obviously there might be some partnership with private entities for the development of these properties, are you still seeing some culpability or responsibility on the government side to continue to have a hands-on, 15, 30 years and beyond to make sure that there is full compliance?
Yes. I mean, it's a real public-private partnership of the investors seeking the tax credits, but also and the developers and the government that is overseeing the development and ongoing operation of the affordable housing units.
Okay, and in your work on this, you've seen that, at least I'm seeing that there's some concurrence on all sides based on the testimony that has been presented here. That there's some concurrence. I think that's a good idea. In respect to middle income and those development that may fall in the line of middle income, that will be outside of the realm of this particular legislation. Is that correct?
1 minute.
To some extent, to qualify for the low-income housing tax credit, either 20% of the units have to be rent restricted and occupied by tenants who do not meet 50% of the area median gross income, or 40% need to be rent restricted and have tenants whose incomes don't exceed 60%. So there is a little bit of under the federal standards, some of the units can be occupied by people who exceed 50%, but these are really, even in that case, for low-income affordable housing. And I do think that there's probably a real need as well for income for people who don't fall in those numbers, but that's not before us today, but that is something. I think the overall issue of housing is a very critical one in the territory.
Very well. Thank you for your input there. And again, I want to commend the bill sponsor in moving this piece of legislation. I stand in full support of it. And at the appropriate time, I will be supporting this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Fred Greg. Senator Whitaker is in the well. Senator Whitaker, thank you for joining. You recognize.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to our testifier. Good to see you, Attorney. You. I don't have a lot of comments on this. I think this is a very, and I also commend the bill sponsor. This is a very important measure. You know, we are right now dealing with a lot of situations involving, persons who really need affordable housing. We have a lot of issues within that realm. I too have some legislation surrounding the matter of even offsetting property taxes, and so just to our testifier, Attorney Marjorie, the question I basically have for you is surrounding really getting this information out to the public and more education surrounding this topic and how we can better, assist the community in getting access to information about, and what we can do to really have a more robust education framework around this particular topic, and what we would be willing to do to, to inform the public through your role, just as a stakeholder, but also in support of this measure.
Well, I think there are two issues there. One, of course, is this specific measure. And I do think that sort of both public and private sector pointed out by having the property tax abatement continue indefinitely, you're going to have eliminate incentives to sell the property, to raise the rates, to take it out of the affordable housing stock. So I think this bill is critical in that regard, and also helps, financing, encourages investors in housing stock. As far as sort of getting the word out, I'd want to work with the Housing Finance Authority and the Housing Authority, probably in a public-private partnership, because they would have, all the details about how many people are still on the wait list. I've sort of observed just on the road more homeless people than I used to hear, and I think we've got to take a look at, those sorts of, even sort of temporary housing for people. It also might tie into, assistance for people with, mental, or people who, so I think housing is a big issue, but I think this goes a long way to ensuring that, a lot of the wonderful projects that have already been financed that we've heard about stay with their stated purpose. But I'd be glad to, work on bigger issues as well, because I do think that housing's critical to every aspect of our territory. And anecdotally, I've heard of people, leaving for lower cost jurisdictions and so forth. And I think that hurts our territory.
Thank you, and thank you for your answers. And yes, definitely working with I've engaged a lot with the Housing Finance Authority. It's been a bit of a challenge, though, sometimes in that information, because, constituents reach out to us as senators, and we try our best to relay that information. But I do appreciate that we can, we're going to, I tell people, person in the community that we are going to see we're going to build more homes and infrastructure. So it's just about now laying the foundation so that we can ensure that we really, put things in the right place.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for clarification, Attorney Jury,
Yes.
Jury Roberts. Just for clarification, so if a developer exceeds any of the percentages, can they tax on those units? Will the property tax fall on those units, or it'll be considered an overall complete violation of the code? After that 30-year window.
Yeah, I'd have to check, because in every case I've had, they've fell within I don't let them exceed them. But, and the investors, to get their tax credit on their against their U.S. or VI income, depending on where they reside, it's critical for those to be met. So they're usually pretty strong representations in the offering documents and so forth, because that's such a critical source of financing. But I could find out.
My question is basically to make sure that we don't have any issues with this going down the road after that 30-year period has, the period after the 30 years is of what we want to make sure that we have a belt tightening on.
Well, and again, we've, for them, they would have to still meet these requirements to get the property tax exemption after that 30 years.
Okay.
I'm glad to just take a look and get back to your office and talk with the other persons who were invited to testify as to, what the consequences would be. But I think the first would be they would not get the property tax exemption if they did not use a property within
1 minute.
these parameters.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I think I'm seeing Mr. Is it Robert? What is his surname?
Wilder, I'm seeing him on the screen.
Wilder, I'm seeing him on the Teams, so I'm not certain why he's not coming up, but I'm seeing him on the team. So I don't have any other comments on this other than to ask my colleagues to support this measure. And of course, I want to thank Mr. Robert Graham of Housing Authority for coming up with the idea of, making that requirement after the 30-year window, so we can make sure that the accountability measures remain in place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wilder, are you up now? I think I got information that he would be available. Are you up? Okay, I guess he's not there. I wanted him to answer the question that was just asked by Senator Fred Gregory. I think, Senators, all we need to do is make sure that we have sufficient language that would have all of those accountability pieces in it for after the 30-year period, to include how we'll make that particular determination, since they would be out of the period where they were receiving the low-income housing tax credit. So we have received the testimony on this particular bill. Attorney Roberts, I don't even think I need you to put a closing statement on the record. We are going to move to a vote for the last two measures that we had. We have a quorum here, so let's take a vote on the last
I'll wait till it votes.
two measures that we have. Senator Fred Gregory, I think that both of those, looking for the first bill.
0283.
Okay, so this is, both of those measures were yours, the stenography and this one. So let's have a motion, Senator Fred
Motion.
Gregory. Motion, you recognize.
I move that Bill number 34-0283, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to scholarships by adding Section 190FF to establish the Virgin Islands Stenography Scholarship Fund, which will fund a scholarship for individuals pursuing a certificate in stenography, court reporting, or a related field, be favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraff and Senator Javon James. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill number 34-0283, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, relating to scholarships by adding Section 190FF to establish the Virgin Islands Stenography Scholarship Fund, which will fund a scholarship for individuals pursuing a certificate in stenography, code reporting, or related field, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion, Senator Fred Gregory.
Motion. Before I make the motion, I need to correct the record. It really wasn't Robert Graham. It was the 16th senator who used to serve as the finance chair, Clifford Graham.
I
that
thought I
shared
thought
that
so.
information, so it's important that I correct the record.
Did he just send you a text?
For my motion. Yes, before I get in trouble. Yes, it's Clifford Graham. Thank you, former Senator Clifford Graham. I'm recognized for my motion. I move that Bill number 34-0253, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 2, Chapter 81, Section 2304 of the Virgin Islands Code to extend the exemption from the payment of real property taxes to certain real property be approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Fred
Second.
Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Senator James, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0253, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 2, Chapter 81, Section 2304 of the Virgin Islands Code to extend the exemption from the payment of real property taxes to certain real property has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Please keep in mind, colleagues, that this bill will also be amended before it is passed during section to provide the protection for those residents living in those units. We're now going to hear Bill number 34-0368 and 34-0378. You already read them into the record, Madam Clerk? Okay. I think you read them into the record already. Yeah, so let's get the individuals who are testifying on Bill number 34-0368. Is the Attorney General over there in the St. Thomas well? Oh, she's on virtually. I'm seeing her. So I will recognize Senator Fred Gregory for explanation of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I bring this measure forward today as I was asked by the Attorney General to bring this measure forward. So I present to the body Bill number 34-0368, an act to establish the Opioid Abatement Fund and Opioid Abatement Committee. This bill is straightforward. The territory has received, I believe, some $305,000 thus far, and will receive additional funding as part of a national settlement. However, it is important that there is a separate fund identified or created, rather, so that the money can be drawn down and accounted for appropriately. This measure aims to comprehensively address opioid disorders, treatment, and other related matters in the territory. Opioid, of course, misuse is a prevalent issue nationwide. I'm not sure if it has made it to our home or we have acknowledged it in our home, but the best time to prepare is now. This legislation presents a comprehensive approach to addressing this dire issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And this is a pretty straightforward bill, so we're going to allow the Attorney General to put a testimony, put your name and title on the record, and then immediately begin reading your testimony.
I'm Attorney General Denise George, and Attorney General. Good afternoon, Chairman Bailey, members of the Finance Committee, other Senate legislative staff, and those of you listening to today's broadcast. My name is Denise George, and I am the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. I'm honored to be here to present testimony on the proposed legislation before us today. This proposed legislation is a condition precedent to the territory receiving roughly $8 million. Excuse me. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we were hearing you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. This proposed legislation is a condition precedent to the territory receiving roughly $8 million to combat the national opioid epidemic plaguing our country and impacting the Virgin Islands as well. America has an ongoing and devastating opioid epidemic. In 2016, the Department of Health and Human Services shared that opioids accounted for more than 42,000 deaths. Just 1 year later, more than 47,000 Americans died from an opioid overdose. America's opioid problem is a human-made public health crisis. As with most public health issues, more than one solution is needed to combat opioid addiction and alleviate the destructive impact that opioids can have on individuals and communities. To see change, states must consider exploring and adopting several of these suggestions through legislative action while making significant changes to existing rules and regulations. That is the essence of the proposed legislation before you today. Fortunately, Virgin Islands has not been affected by this epidemic to the crisis proportions as many other jurisdictions throughout the nation. However, if action can be taken by the government of the Virgin Islands to prevent even one more life from being lost, to treat opioid addictions, or to give meaning to the senseless losses suffered in the territory as a result of opioid addiction, then I believe it is imperative that we do. It is for this reason that as Attorney General, I brought suit on behalf of the Virgin Islands and joined multi-state settlement agreements entered into between the state and territorial attorneys general with many of the major pharmaceutical companies that manufacture, market, and distribute opioids. One of these companies was Mallinckrodt PLC and its affiliates, which filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy after the start of the litigation. The Virgin Islands, together with many other states, filed proof of claims in the bankruptcy proceedings. The bankruptcy court on June 16, 2022, approved the National Opioid Abatement Trust II agreement between Mallinckrodt and the states and the territories. Before settlement funds can be released to the Virgin Islands, certain requirements under the agreement must be met. For example, we must be able to show that the funds received by the Virgin Islands will be used to abate the opioid crisis. In other words, the funds cannot be placed in the general fund and spent for unrelated purposes. As such, today's legislation creates a distinct and separate opioid abatement fund. The agreement's procedures also provide that the allocation of the funds in the territory must be determined by its local legislative body, unless the body is not in session, in which case the allocation of the funds must be distributed pursuant to the direction of the territory's executive by executive order. Aside from a separate and direct account for proceeds, today's legislation also identifies its government participation mechanism, which could be a council, a board, a committee, a commission, task force, other efficient and transparent structure. This is required by the agreement. To address this requirement, the legislation proposes a committee consisting of 6 persons to advise the Virgin Islands Commissioner of Health on the use of the funds. Consistent with the agreement, The commissioner will serve as the non-voting chairperson. Further, the agreement requires that the executive and legislative branches of government will have representation on the committee, and on the appointees will be from both districts. The agreement also includes reporting requirements on the use of the funds, which this legislation addresses. The above requirements of the agreement constitute the salient features of today's proposed legislation. Additionally, my office has filed suit on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands in the Superior Court against McKinsey, Johnson & Johnson, McKessie Corporation, Cardinal Health Inc., AmeriSource Bergen Corporation, along with their affiliates. We alleged in these complaints that these companies manufactured, distributed, and advertised opioid products in violation of the Virgin Islands consumer protection laws, which bar deceptive and unconscionable trade practices in the sale of consumer goods. We also allege that these companies and their affiliates committed violations of Virgin Islands Consumer Fraud and Deceptive Business Practices Act, which prohibits unfair methods of competition or unfair or deceptive trade acts or practices of any trade or commerce. Further, we asserted that these organizations' actions constituted a public nuisance. It is my pleasure to announce that the Department of Justice has obtained consent judgments in the Superior Court against these pharmaceutical companies. The consent judgments in those cases are similar to the Malin Fraud Agreement. For example, it requires that the funds be used for opioid abatement or remediation, and that the territory provide annual reports on the use of the funds. Today's contemplated legislation will be sufficient to ensure compliance with these consent judgments. In short, I believe that the proposed legislation will ensure accountability, transparency, and dedicated use of the opioid funds for the purposes contemplated in the agreement and consent judgments. I urge this body to vote favorably upon its passage. This concludes my formal remarks. And I believe that Chief Deputy Attorney General Carol Thomas Jacobs, who directly worked on the negotiations of this agreement, will be available for any questions that the members may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Again, colleagues, this is a very straightforward bill. All we're doing is establishing a fund. And establishing a fund to be able to place the award that was given to the government of the Virgin Islands through the class action lawsuit. So this is a straightforward bill, so I'm only going to give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes to question. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Attorney General, could you just explain for the knowledge of the people what basically are we looking at as opioids, even though we're just establishing a fund, so they could know the importance of this legislation, even though the opioid epidemic has not hit the Virgin Islands as yet. Hopefully it will never. But just so the people could understand exactly what we are talking about and the importance of it.
Opioid epidemic, yes, has not hit the Virgin Islands to the epidemic proportions that it has in the States. But we have had opioid deaths as a result of overdose of opioids, particularly fentanyl. We've had approximately, I believe, 5 deaths within the past 3 years, as reported by the medical examiner's office here at the Department of Justice. So we should not sit here and think that it has not at all come to the Virgin Islands, because it has. And then when you consider that deaths, you consider that there are 5 deaths, but that doesn't mean that there are not a whole lot more people who are not dying, but are actually addicted to opioids. Opioids, the most dangerous kind is the fentanyl. That is the most deadly kind, and which we have found, particularly in the deaths, have been in certain drugs that may appear to be something else, but actually are laced with this dangerous fentanyl. Also included are prescription drugs, which come in terms of painkillers, which are like Vicodin. Vicodin is one of the names of a commonly used painkiller, which is also an opioid that has caused a lot of addiction if not used properly and carefully and with the proper precautions. So that's basically what we're talking about and the state of the situation. So what this does is it prepares us in advance to be able to address it before it gets to a crisis.
Yes, thank you for that. I was going to ask you about the statistics, but as you mentioned, we had 5 deaths. That's 5 too many. And finally, the DEA does a drive every year where they ask for residents to turn in their prescription drugs that are opioid-laced. Do we have any kind of those programs here going on locally or even in conjunction with DEA?
Time.
I know that the DEA is very active through HIDA, which I'm also a member of HIDA, the High Intensity Drug Intensive Task Force. But the DEA is involved in a number of programs, and I wouldn't want to speak for all of them, but they are with respect to fentanyl and all of that between the Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands collaboration under HIDA.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Attorney General. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator James?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I see where the bill reference an opioid abatement trust fund committee. As we know, based on how language is in the bill, no one is being compensated. I know you mentioned 3 deaths in the territory so far, right? That's what you said.
Well, 5 reported.
5. So, but overall, how many cases of opioid you had in the territory?
I do not have those statistics as far as how many. What do you mean, like how many addictions or how many opioid? When you say cases, what do you mean?
Of individuals that you know of, whether they came to the hospital, it was found in the system, drug overdose, they survived.
Mm-hmm. I don't have that those statistics, but I'm sure Department of Health does. I can always work on getting that to you, though.
Okay, I stand in support of the measure because the reason I was asking this question is to have a committee, and I want to make sure that while we have this committee, that there's actual work being done, that there's things individuals to do. I'm saying that was my concern.
Yeah, I am so sorry, Senator James. I couldn't hear you. There's an echo or something, and so I couldn't hear you clearly. So can you just repeat just the last? I didn't hear the last sentence. What you said.
It's echoing on my end as well. But long story short, I just want to make sure that since there's going to be a committee being established, I just want to know what they will be doing, what kind of cases they will be studying on a daily basis. I just want to get a sense of what the committee will be doing.
Okay. Well, what the committee would be doing essentially is making sure that the funds are properly allocated to where it is needed. Pursuant to the agreement, to make sure that, let's say if it's organizations that are helping with opioid treatment, or if it's Department of Health, some kind of a treatment program or education, there are actually a list of areas, and I could just, a list of areas where it can be used. So as I said, also treatment for postpartum women who may be suffering from addictions.
Time.
Neonatal abstinence syndrome, to treat that, which it also comes from women who have or babies who are born by addicted parents. So also education and law enforcement, and use. It can also be used for the purpose of the antidotes that are used, antagonists as they call it. So when a person, let's say law enforcement sees a person who is suffering from an overdose, they can use these drugs that are that have the ability to save a person from dying, and so it's used in training law enforcement in order to use the antagonist, as well as training to identify when a person may be in or suffering from an overdose, and so we'll know what to do in order to prevent that person's death.
I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you for placing that on the record. Technology is not working with me today. Unfortunately, I'm not in the chamber. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Fred Gregory, you wanted to add anything? Senator James, there was a question you just asked? Oh, thank you,
No,
Senator James. Don't worry. I made a mistake. I'm saying thank you, Senator DeGraff. It's thank you, Senator James, for your questions. Now, the Senate President, you have anything else to add, Senator?
Yes, as we're having the conversation, and that's why it's always so good to have the discussions around the legislation that we are putting forward. So the territory has received some $300,000 thus far, and the expectation is that we will see some $8 million. That's accurate, Attorney?
Well,
George?
actually,
Attorney General?
it's not accurate at this time. We're expecting to receive up to, approximately $8 million. However, since the initial payment of $300,000+, we've received additional payments from McKinsey, from the distributors, Johnson & Johnson, for a total so far of $1.8 million. So $1,894,640. So far, that's how much has been already paid. So that's why it's so important to before that money can be allocated and spent.
Okay, so let me tell you where I'm going with my questions. So, of course, so you've seen $1 million thus far, and we are talking. The discussion that we're having today is we haven't seen this this crisis that's on a national level. It hasn't trickled down the way it looks on a national level. The funding that we're receiving, does it come with the settlement? Does it come with specific requirements, or the territory can in fact utilize those funds for other disorders, other addictions, etc.? I think that's an important question because of the potential of this amount of money that will be coming down to the territory.
Yes, it can only be used for the treatment and education, etc., associated with the opioid crisis. So that would include.
Okay, so if it only could be used for the treatment of opioid, so is there a process or do you intend to do marketing? How do we get the word out around, addressing the limited crisis that we have right now in the Virgin Islands?
Time.
Because I want to make sure that we'll be expending these dollars, because if we're unable to expend all of these dollars, then what do we do with these funds?
No.
Once they're generated.
Yes, I said treatment, in addition to any other types of aspects that would address the opioid crisis, which includes education, which includes opioid, what he said, the antidote training for law enforcement and detection. Also supporting programs that are providing counseling for substance abuse for, associated with opioids, but it has to be associated with the abatement of opioid addictions. But there's so much thing, even the marketing, as you're saying, the marketing or the education, I think is what you're talking about, is education and educating the community. That is also a part of this, because especially the worst kind, which is what they're suffering now with the fentanyl and everything, the deaths are going through the roofs. People are buying laced, items that they think are prescription drugs that are laced with fentanyl over the internet, and they're dying. So there's so much that we can use that money for, that it's going to go towards prevention.
Perfect. I just want to make sure that the funds will be, in fact, used, and it won't be one of those funds that funding that we receive, or monies that we receive that will just be sitting in the bank, and we really don't have a system as to how we will expend those dollars. Again, colleagues, I'm asking that you support this measure. While opioid is not prevalent in the Virgin Islands yet. Let's pray that it won't be, and we will be able to provide the necessary education in a timely fashion, so our people will that opioid would be lost on us. It wouldn't be something that will be prevailing in the Virgin Islands. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, and thank God we don't have an opioid crisis in the Virgin Islands. Thank God for that. I think we have received a testimony from the Attorney General. We understand the importance of establishing this fund. It's pretty straightforward, so we need to go for a vote. Motion, Senator Fred Gregory.
Motion. I move that Bill number 34-0368, an act amending Title 33, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111 of the Virgin Islands Code, establishing an opioid abatement fund and a opioid abatement fund committee to oversee the use of the monies for specific purposes and report to the governor and the legislature and the attorney general on the outcome, be favorably moved by this committee and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Bill number roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Janelle K. Serow. Senator Serow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Yes.
Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yays, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0368, an act amending Title 33, Chapter 3, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111 of the Virgin Islands Code, establish an opioid abatement fund and an opioid abatement fund committee to oversee the use of the monies for specific purposes and report to the governor and the legislature and the attorney general on the outcome, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Next, you're going to hear Bill number 34-0378. We'd allow the testifiers to come into the well. We'll take a 1-minute recess. the Committee of Finance is back on the record. We now have bill number 34. 1 minute. 34-0378, proposed by Senator Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good afternoon again to you, Chairman. Good afternoon to the colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and good afternoon to our testifier. It is a pleasure to bring this measure forward. And I want to just, really first off begin by, thanking my fellow board members. I just want to put out I am a member of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, and it's really an honor to present this measure. And bill number 34-0378, an act appropriating the sum of $300,000 from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund, codified as Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Chapter 111, Section 3093, to the Virgin Islands Career and Technical Education Board in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023, amending the Education Initiative Fund to provide for an annual allocation to the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education. I'm here before you today to propose a critical measure. And as we look at the development of support for funding for our career and technical student organizations. And this legislation was developed to provide students with the opportunity to develop leadership skills, technical skills, and team working skills essential for the workforce and academia. For many students who are undecided what path they'll take after high school, a CTSO is another option that will provide workforce readiness and even I'll add entrepreneurship opportunities. This bill is expected to lessen the hardship. I myself, as we all witnessed, our students as they go to conferences, attend, competitions, that they have to, whether, of course, do fundraising, but also dig into their pockets, and the struggle remains. And for many of these programs conducted throughout the territory, there's a need to fund the projects, to fund these organizations so they can be most successful. And although the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education has made a significant impact on our community and continues to, it is important that we fund this, we provide funding to CTSOs so our students can continue to excel on a higher level. This includes, may include travel expenses to attend conferences, equipment, community outreach, the uniform equipment, and so on, as will be a part of the policy of the board. And so my hope today is to obtain the full support of my colleagues to improve our education, to improve our children, and to solidify that, that their efforts can be done. And I want to make a quick aside. As I went to the Skills USA conference this year, and one of the students, because we just recently, of course, all celebrated two young men, two young pilots who have, who came, flew to the territory. And it was just tremendous, it was a wonderful, wonderful event. That there was a student, and as he indicated to me, he expressed, I would like to do, he wants to become a pilot. And he expressed, well, here in the St. Thomas district, it's not flight school is not available. And I said to him, well, we on St. Croix, it's actually a maintenance program. That overall, when we hear our children express their desires, we should do everything we can to support that. And I told the young man that I will definitely do my very best, as I express all to his other classmates and other students. And this also involved my efforts to restore the Future Farmers of America Virgin Islands chapter. And I want to highlight Ms. Velda Hendricks in that regard, who has been leading that effort, and I coordinated with her. We think about the Future Business Leaders of America as well, and certainly Skills USA and other CTSOs. So we think of so many children to be positively impacted by this measure, and to support their efforts. And I see us, our students really succeeding through this effort. I want to especially thank Mr. Anton Deuce, the Executive Director of the Board, the Career and Technical Education Board, Dr. Michael Francois, Chairman. Also, I want on all the board members for their efforts, in bringing this measure. Special also nod to Dr. Susan McGrath, our secretary, who was also part, because we did a lot of we met over, drafting the measure. And I just know that we're going to continue to make efforts to improve our current education and continue to not only get the persons ready for the workforce, but think about the children who will succeed in owning their own business. And in closing, I want to provide a quote by Solomon Ortiz. Education makes children less dependent upon others and opens doors to better jobs and career possibilities. And I think that's what will take place if we support CTSOs. Thank you very much, Chairman. That concludes my introduction.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. I'll now allow the individuals who are here with us in the well to put the name and title on the record. Beginning with you, Mr. Deuce. Thank you. Next.
Michael Francois, Chairman.
Okay, will both of you be providing testimony or one? You may proceed, Mr. Francois.
Good day, Honorable Senator VLA, members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing audience.
34th.
Oh, sorry, 34th.
I won't be here in the 35th, so I won't be there.
The Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education members, thank you for the opportunity to testify before your committee. I am Dr. Michael Francois, Board Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education. Joining me is Executive Director Anton Deuce. The board would like to acknowledge the arduous work of Senator Whitaker, Sorrow, and VLA. With your combined commitments, career and technical education during your terms has finally received the attention it deserves. An integral part of CTE is the Career and Technical Student Organizations, CTSOs, designed to further the development of leadership and technical skills. Students should have the opportunity to participate in one or more of the career and technical student organizations. Student members develop character, citizenship, technical leadership, and teamwork skills essential for the workforce and academia. Their activities are considered part of the instructional day when they are directly related to the competencies and objectives. Career and technical education offers an opportunity to close the skills gap that threatens the Virgin Islands. Economic growth provides options to students who question whether they want to pursue a four-year college degree and bolsters the workforce readiness of those on the college path. The federal government recognized 9 career and technical student organizations at the high school level to include FFA, FBLA, and Skill USA. With more than 2 million student members combined, these 11 organizations have a definite impact on student overall college and career readiness. Students who participate in CTSOs demonstrate high level of academic engagement and motivation, civic engagement, career self-efficacy, and employability skills than other students. According to the National Research Center for Career and Technical Education, participating in leadership and professional development activities in CTSO raises students' educational inspirations. Students who participate in school organizations in 10th grade have higher grade point averages and are more likely to be enrolled in college at 21 than other students. Data collected in fall 2021 from more than 20,000 students in CTE classrooms nationwide suggests CTE works, and it works even better when students are members of a CTSO. Specifically, this report compares the likelihood that CTSO members and non-members achieve 8 key benefits from CTE. Feeling more excited about school, meeting potential employers, getting firsthand work experience, earning a license or certification, connecting school and the real world, understanding the work environment, feeling more excited about their chosen career, and increasing career clarity. CTSO members achieve all 8 outcomes at a higher rate than non-members. The first findings make a clear case for expanding access to membership in CTSOs. Regardless of gender, race, and school social economics, students are more likely to achieve CTE benefits if they are CTSO members than if they are not CTSO members. This suggests one of the greatest threats to CTE equity may be uneven access to membership in CTSOs like FFA, FBLA, or Skills USA. The analysis also shows that magnitude of CTSO advantage varies across demographic groups. These variations suggest CTSOs may be able to boost its already impressive impact by raising outcome achievement of members in Title I schools, of Black and Hispanic members, and of male members, specifically in relation to their positive feelings about school. Overall, the results suggest CTE works, and they show CTE works even better when students are members of CTSOs. Let me quickly touch on 3 of the CTSOs currently in our schools at the middle and high school and college level. Future Farmers of America, FFA, is a dynamic youth organization that changes lives and prepares members of distinguished leadership, personal growth, and career success through agricultural education. FFA is not just for students who want to be production farmers. FFA also welcomes members who aspire to careers as teachers, doctors, scientists, business owners, and more. FFA continues to help the next generation rise to meet the challenges by helping its members develop their unique talent and explore their interest in a broad range of agriculture career pathways. Today, the National FFA organization remains committed to the individual student, providing a path to achievement in primary leadership, personal growth, and career success through agriculture education. Skill USA is a partnership of students, teachers, and industry working together to ensure America has skilled workers or skilled workforce. We help each student excel. A nonprofit national education association, Skill USA serves middle school, high school, and college or post-secondary students preparing for careers in trade, technical, and skilled service occupations. Skill USA activities develop positive attitudes, build self-esteem, and empower students to excel. The organization gives students a head start in developing valuable professional skills such as communication, interpersonal abilities, time management, teamwork, and more. Because Skill USA works with business and industry, students get the skills employers want. Skill USA and career and technical education are vital in enhancing American education and the future of America's skilled workers or workforce. 130 trade, technical, and professional service occupational titles are represented in the curricula of Skill USA member students, covering the construction, manufacturing, transportation, health science, information technology, communications, personal service, hospitality, public safety, and engineering technology industries. Future Business Leaders of America, FBLA, is a national co-curricular organization for middle and high school students taking business classes. Members learn about career and build leadership skills, attend conferences, and compete in business and information technology events. This is a visible organization well known to businesses. FBLA gives students a head start in the business world and is a meaningful addition to their resume. The organization inspires and prepares students to become community-minded business leaders globally through relevant career and preparation and leadership experiences. FBLA programs focus on developing essential soft skills by holding chapter officer positions at the local, state, and national levels, networking with accomplished business professionals, and business participating in business-focused workshops, seminars, and academic competitions. Student members demonstrate the business expertise at high-profile regional, state, and national competitive events. FBLA members create career portfolios, enhance their knowledge with world-recognized skills. The members of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, thank you for the opportunity to read this statement into the record. We are now ready to answer any questions you may have, and any additional information we do not have will be submitted promptly upon the request. This bill, as proposed, would finally remove the burden of these and other CTSOs for funding community projects, inter-island and national travels, as well as other items such as uniforms. The board has previously discussed CTSO funding and wholeheartedly support this bill, as it will not only finance today, but far into the future of the development of CTE students at every level. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. How are these various entities traveling now?
The way we typically do it, the board will sponsor a portion of the money needed for them to travel, but we encourage these entities to do fundraising, and we try to match whatever they do as far as fundraising.
So a certain portion of your allocation that's given to you, you reserve for travel?
We try to.
How much?
Well, we have put away...
Use the mic, pull the mic to you. Pull the microphone.
Okay. At this moment, we have allocated $25,000 per CTOs from our budget, or a maximum of $1,500 per students when there's only one or two people requesting funding. But as you know, our budget is really very limited, so having an influx of funding for TSOs as put aside would increase our CTSOs by being able to use funding for membership, for more travel than what we have now. I mean, a lot of the kids, their families don't have the fund to match event like a national event, for instance, with the increased travel cost. I don't think that $2,500 is a number that we can't even match anymore. I mean, it's almost gone away just for the flight. So you're looking at, for instance, Skills USA, you're looking at flying to Atlanta. So you get the flight on Saturday with Delta. That's an $800, $900 flight if you book it early. You pay another $400, $500 for the conference. You have to stay in a hotel for 4 or 5 days. By the time you're done, you're up to $2,300, $2,400. And a lot of these families just don't have the funding.
How much are you receiving from the Perkins funds?
Oh, there's nothing reserved for CTSOs through Perkins. That's the official statement.
Wait, say that again. Say what you said again. There's nothing.
There's nothing received through Perkins for CTSO funding.
Okay.
And
I'm not talking about travel. I'm talking about overall.
For CTE overall, we would not know. For CTSO, the specific question that I posed to the state office is CTSOs are non-funded.
So
there's a separation between CTE and the CTSOs.
Okay. And in reference to your CTEC board or the state office, how much say do you have in the allocation of Perkins funds?
At this time, Senator, none.
And what are Perkins funds?
Perkins funds are funds for CTE programs.
So who's administering the CTE Perkin funds?
At this time, Senator, the Department of Education is.
Through the coordinator or through who?
Through the
Through the
state
state
office.
office.
And does the state office have any conversation with you in reference to how those funds are going to be allocated?
We've tried to initiate those conversations, but we have not had those conversations. And I've been trying to initiate those conversations for the last 3 years since I've been on this board.
Okay. Before I go to the next senator, so we could get some question, why do you need $75,000 allocated to administer these funds? It's only $300,000. Why is there a provision in Section 2? Each fiscal year, the sum of $75,000 must be allocated from the fund to the Department of Education for the purpose of covering the administrative costs incurred in the operation of the fund, and the sum of $300,000 must be allocated to CTEC. Why we need $75,000? You're doing it when you're traveling by yourself. The department wasn't even administering the funds. You were raising monies and carrying the students. Why do we need to expend $75,000? If you're given the $300,000, you don't have the capacity to manage and administrate these funds?
So to be honest, I did not write the bill. Do we need $75,000 for administrative costs? The answer would probably be no. But again, I do not know what the writer of the bill...
Okay, so let me allow the sponsor of the bill to place on the record the purpose of the $75,000 for administration of $300,000. Senator Whitaker, if you're there, you'd like to answer?
Thank you, Chairman. And in response, as a point of information, the CTEC board is going to be promulgating the rules for the use of the funds. When we speak about administration, it's not a person who would be hired for that position. It's going to be the administrative costs associated with carrying out the measure. So, for example, when whether what different expenses. So the bill clearly lays out that the board is going to come up with the rules and regulations for the use of the funds, administrative costs, and everything associated with that. You have operations, administrative costs, you have costs for travel, so on and so forth.
Okay. I agree with sponsoring the organizations. I don't agree with $75,000 to administer the fund. If this passed, you don't want to have a bureaucracy and all of this red tape where you have created so many or so much red tape that the organizations that need the money can't get the money. So you're thinking about promulgating rules and regulations for the use of the fund, or the use of the fund is for vocational clubs and entities, travel and resources, etc.?
Technically, right now, we already have certain things in place that we use to determine. For instance, when one of these organizations request money from us, they have to turn in a letter requesting that money, but they also have to show a budget on how they're going to use the money. We don't just, give them the money. They have to show us the expense. And then when they do get back from whatever trip or whatever they're doing, then they have to turn in receipts so we verify that that money is spent. That's what we do presently. We may have to, of course, come up with an official procedure, but our intent is not to make it cumbersome for these organizations to get those fundings. No, Senator.
Okay. And then I'm reading the second section 2. From the funds allocated to the Department of Education, the commissioner shall retain one accountant per school district to aid principals in complying with the reporting requirements of the fund and to verify the accuracy of the repairs. But I would believe that this fund would be administered through the CTEC board. So the CTEC board would be the entity that is granting X amount of the fund to be used, and then the entity that travel would have to report back to the CTEC board, and not back to the principal is not the administrator of the fund.
Right.
So the principal can't necessarily have an accountant that is dealing with the reporting requirements of the fund. That's going to be placed on the board and through the submission of documents. Okay, so I have some issues with Section 2, but I'll move on to our senators. Senator DeGraff, you recognize. Let's do 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. My concern was about the $75,000 to offer you $300,000. To me, it was taking a lot too much money from you guys. You know, so that's one issue I have with it. I stand support anything for CTE, but to take $75,000 out of $300,000, I didn't like that. Now, for the CTSOs, how many do you have registered in the territory?
Okay, so at this particular moment, we have FFA, we have FBLA, we have Skills USA, we have the Tuskegee Airmen, and there is a HOSA club over in St. Thomas. Total members, about 300 of members in these 4 clubs at the moment, which represents about a 60% drop from what we were just a few years ago. Now, obviously, that has a lot to do with the pandemic, but it also has a lot to do with the way things are perceived by the students.
Right. So would $300,000 be sufficient to cover those registered CTSOs that you have?
So, to be honest,
for the events that they normally go to.
Yeah. So, from my perspective, right, I think that we still want the individual CTSOs hold meaningful fundraisers, meaning that culinary still goes out and works and produces. Cosmetology still has hair shows. Mechanics still repairs cars and raises some funds. I don't think that anybody says we want to go and carte blanche finance everything that has to do with the CTSO. But I think there is so many kids out there who do not have the mean even for just a $20 membership fee. And that's where that comes in, right? So if there is funding available, and I'm not going to say we're going to use $300,000 a year.
Okay.
I think $300,000 is a nice. At this time, it's $1,000 a person. Maybe 2 years from now, when we can bring our membership up, it's $500 a person. So there's still, and that's meaning that everybody would travel to every conference, to every fall leadership, or to every spring leadership. Competes in every local or district event, and then goes to national. That's obviously not going to happen because we're still implying that a student must have a minimum of a C or higher in order for us to even consider you.
Time.
Okay, and in closing, if I may, when I was in high school, I came over to St. Croix under the VICA, which was Vocational Industrial Clubs of America at the time. Yeah. Which one of the CTSOs would be that one?
That is Skills USA. VICA used to be Skills USA. We changed the name almost 6 years ago now to Skills USA to have a broader thing. I think each one of these CTSOs kind of did a little bit marketing research and tried to go and improve their brands. FBLA has just done that as well. And so Skills USA is the new logo that we're using for, I think it has a little bit of a wider thing than the Vocational Clubs of America.
Yeah, and one of the most important things of that was, like I say, meeting and making new friends over here in St. Croix also, who are still friends to this day. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So are we still doing the inter-island competition once a year?
So not at this time. And the reason for it is that most of our members are on St. Croix. We have started in Skills USA. We have now 2 middle schools in St. Thomas. We are going to be back into the high schools. FBLA as well. I just came back from an FBLA conference. FBLA had a big drop in numbers, so did the FFA, but we're all on the same idea that we are combining these CTSOs into the board's office for reasons which obviously are financial things, but I think it gives us, we have the opportunity to go and speak up about the CTSOs in the different districts. And so our goal is to bring the membership back up to what it was in the mid-20s when things were running in the early...
And I was there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay. What? I
wasn't quite sure if I wanted to...
Let's put it on the record.
These numbers were there, right? We had basically almost every CTE student was a member of a CTSO.
Correct.
And that really instilled into these students the spirit of what they were doing. They were a little different than academias, right? They had a little bit something else to go and show for. And I think we have lost that for many reasons, right? But I think bringing it back and having the finances to do that is really important.
Okay, I got some other questions. We'll go on to Senator James. You recognize if you are still there. Senator James, you still there? Senator Gregory, Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually asking for a point of inquiry earlier.
No, go ahead with a point of inquiry first.
I am in support of all of our career and technical education student organizations. However, I think Dr. Francois indicated that they provide funding now to, I guess it's individual students. I'm trying to understand how is that being done? Where are they where are they getting the appropriate funds to do so? I know that the Department of Education, and I wish that they were here, they have their consolidated grant, and their consolidated grant has funding that is usually written into the application for the consolidated grants that come to the respective districts, and then it trickles down to the schools. My concern is moving legislation of this nature, then it creates an issue with us moving the, ensuring that we are able to put the funding in the CGA. Now, if there's no communication going on, then I need to understand what's happening. So my point of inquiry basically is, what is that communication that's occurring between the board? Because the board is an entity that should not be allocating funds to any technical education organization, but in fact to be writing policies around career and technical education. So I'm a little concerned with us moving funding for them to support students' travel. That seems very odd and outside of the board's scope and responsibility, other than the scholarships that they provide for career and technical education students. So I need to understand, what is it that we're changing here and why we're changing this?
Senator, you may go ahead too with your questions. Go ahead.
That's a question I asked.
Okay.
That's a question.
Sorry about that.
I don't understand how we are making the responsibility of the board to issue funding for travel for Future Farmers, Skills USA, FBLA. That's the responsibility of the Department of Education to write that into their CGA grant. If we want to appropriate additional funds, fine, but that should not sit under the Board of Career and Technical Education. Their responsibility is not to deal with student travel. That's why we have a state office of career and technical education, and we have district offices. We have coordinators, or we should have coordinators. So I'm at a loss here with this one. While I support any additional funding that's needed, I don't believe that it's sitting in the right place.
Senator.
Give me an answer.
Senator Fred Gregory, the last two CTOs that traveled, they came to the board for funding, and we had them raise some of the money, and the board had to put monies together to assist them as far as travel and for the students. Now, we don't do it for individual students. we do it for the club or for the organization. However, the board had to come up with that assistance. Now, when we...
So let me ask you a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your relationship with the Department of Education currently? Because if the CTOs are coming to you, then we're having a problem with how we communicate and how we work amongst our various organizations within the institution of education. So we are creating something because of relationships not working. That's what it sounds like to me. But the responsibility of funding our students traveling, our CTOs, falls on squarely with the Department of Ed.
Well, what we were told, and Mr. Deuce could correct me if I'm wrong on that, is that there's no funding in the Perkins grant for CTOs. And
it doesn't come from the Perkins grant. It comes from the CGA. The Perkins grant do not necessarily fund travel, but the CGA, which is a consolidated grant application, did you all check to see if the CGA has funding in it to support the travel for the schools? I know that perhaps within the past few years, because of the pandemic, that may not have been the case. But I am certain that there's funding in this consolidated grant to support the travel for these students.
And that, Senator, that's one of the things I've been trying for the last 3 years, trying to get somebody from the state office or somebody from the department to tell us how much money is being allocated to CTE and CTSOs. And we still have not received any kind of communication towards that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that we're moving a bill because of relationship issues. Well, we get millions of dollars coming through the pipeline from the U.S. Department of Education to fund just these types of things. So we need to check. I already sent out a note asking, is this funding in the CGA? So they need to give us specifics around it. But any additional resources, I totally agree with, but I don't believe that it should sit under Career and Technical Education Board. That's not the board's responsibility. That's my issue. I don't have anything else to add, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you're running my time or not, but that is my primary concern. And of course, the fact that you're asking for some $75,000 to be allocated to fund the administration of these funds. These are one-time expenses. And there's already a policy as it relates to student travel. So I am not certain what it is that we are trying to establish to do here today around this particular measure, if I'm going to be very transparent with my concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Francis, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first question really is to ask what this bill endeavors to do. What is it you believe that this bill will be doing differently?
Differently. My hopes is that, and I understand what the previous senator is saying, but my hopes is that we have some sort of funding to assist these CTOs as far as projects, as far as the students traveling, especially to national and international competitions. We were actually looking into the world skill competition where our students would be able to travel to the world skill competition and compete. These things are not cheap. So that's my hope. And I don't care who manages the funds or who holds on to the funds, as long as we could do that for our students.
So you realize that earmarking $75,000 have already depleted a significant number of the funds. So you only have $225,000 will be available to go towards the students because $75,000 is already earmarked for administrative.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
That's a little troubling to me. And I don't know if it is to you as well, but that is of concern. How many CTOs, CTSOs are you talking about?
At the moment, there are 5 CTSOs active in the Virgin Islands.
1 minute.
FFA, FBLA, Skills USA, Tuskegee Airmen, and HOSA, with 300 members total.
And is there any additional funding source or
No.
sources that would be going towards these CTSOs?
So I can only tell you what I found out. I found out that the coordinators in their consolidated grant are putting away about $6,000. That's what I got from both out of St. Thomas and out of St. Croix. And that's divided into these 5 CTSOs. And obviously that's a very small amount. From the state, I asked if there was anything from Perkins allocated. There's nothing allocated. I think what Senator Gregory pointed out was that it should come through education. That is probably the right way. However, as we all know, the way the structure in education is, nobody knows where it is. Right?
Time.
So you have a state office and you have 2 coordinators which apparently are having no conversation. And so state does not know where, and so we're sitting in the middle here, and just like you have a student come to your office and say, hey, listen, I would like to attend a national a thing, can you help us out? They come to us. And the way this board has been operating over years, where they had a lump sum, they allocated part of their funds to help student organizations out. And even though things have changed a little bit, we're still being asked to help out, and we do. And I manage the budget and try to go and get a little bit from Peter and give it a little bit to Paul.
So in your previous assessment or your previous giving from your funds, you spoke about $25,000. Is that the extent of how much you have earmarked for this purpose in the past?
From what I looked at my budget of where we can save throughout the year, and I looked at the past budget, what's usually left at the end of the year, I came up and gave the board the numbers that I said we could go up to a maximum of $25,000 per CTSO. Now that's the maximum that we could go, and if all 4 of them ask us, then that maximum is probably going to have to drop depending on what year we are and what we do that particular year, right? Last year, we gave Skills USA, I believe, $10,000, and we gave FFA a $10,000 help with their travel. They raised the difference of about $23,000. And it's been a pretty tough couple of years for them with the schools being virtual and students not being. But I can see that if all these classes get back up and we do have really, we move forwards with rallies and inter-island competition, that these funds are going to come from somewhere. Now, if education has, and you gave education quite a bit of money, we just don't know where these monies are allocated in their budget, because their budget is not a shared document that we receive. But if we would know that CTSOs are allocated within the Department of Education, and we certainly can go and ask them to open up the coffers. I mean, if it's in a safe somewhere, give us the key. We'd like to go and help those kids out. I mean, this is really, I think in the end, it's really all about the student and showcasing that we do have some great talents in the Virgin Islands, but if these kids cannot go and compete, how are we going to go and show it off?
Okay. Very well. My time has been called, and I would just like to wrap up by saying that I think it's unfair for us to be asking our students to sell water in order to raise funds for them to be able to travel. I mean, I would prefer to see them spending their time readying themselves, training, and getting the necessary skills to be able to compete. Not out there wasting time, and nothing against that. I mean, because of course they're making an effort on their own. But I believe that's unfair that we want them to sell water to be able to raise the funds when we sending back money. We're doing all kind of thing. Education is be given a lot of money. So I believe that we really need to work this out. But sometimes haste make waste. And, we just got to figure this out so that it seeks to benefit those students rather than creating further mess. So that whenever these students call upon us for the funding, that should be available to them. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Who is now the state coordinator?
We have Ms. Mills is St. Croix, Ms. Richards is St. Thomas, and Dr. Faulkner is in the state office.
Who's in the state office?
Dr. Faulkner. So we do hope that we have, with Dr. Faulkner, we have an ally in the state office, and hopefully we try to get things from our initial meetings with her. It seems to be moving a little bit more towards some information sharing.
And the local, say who's the local again? Who's the LEA? Who's the local?
Here,
The
St.
district
Croix,
coordinator?
Ms. Mills,
For St. Croix?
St. Croix.
What area she, that name doesn't ring a bell. What area she came from?
A business output central.
Okay. So there haven't been any discussion in reference to this issue?
Nope.
And you guys have just been on your own for the last couple of years? Matter of fact, longer than the last 3 years, because
yeah, it's
from the
been-
time you were there teaching,
Sure.
you were raising
Yeah.
money.
I mean, I've been raising money since I started teaching in '99, and I got to say, over the 22 years that I was teaching, that the board has helped us out on and off quite often.
Okay. There's a lack of coordination. There's so much that we need to do with CTEC. You know, I mean, besides just trying to allocate some additional monies, the programs have crumbled. It's how are we going to reestablish those programs? So CTEC is half empty. A lot of the classrooms are closed. Masonry, plumbing, carpentry still closed. There's so many areas that are just closed that are vital to the Virgin Islands moving forward. So I'm even a bit worried about that. The agriculture program, the land is overgrown. The bush is encroaching on the property behind the vocational school. It's right next to the road, and the land goes all the way back to the fence. So, you know, along with us being able to allocate monies for travel and resources, I'm just worried about how are we going to get these programs back up and running to the level where they were when we opened back in 1995, when you had teachers in all the classrooms. So I don't know. I want to provide funding, but the programs are like non-existent. We have lost so many programs. Have we been able to reestablish any of the programs this year?
Several of the programs are back.
Speaking to the mic.
Several of the programs are coming back with agriculture as a new teacher. So agriculture is getting revamped. Talk to Ms.
Who's the
Velda.
teacher?
It's a lady from the Philippines. I haven't met her yet, but I know that they're moving that forward. We have a carpentry teacher that came on board part-time that is now, I believe, going in full-time. There are still other shops open. I think the problem of CTE is time, it's money, it's how.
No, we have said that for the last 6 years. We've spoken about being creative in hiring individuals.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, if you want to listen to me, I got an hour of your ear. I'll tell you exactly what I think needs to be. But you know, I mean, look, everything has moved forward, right? Except for education. We're just still sitting in the same boat we sit 30 years ago.
No.
We haven't changed a hell of a lot.
No, we're not. We're back.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't going to go that way, but
30 years ago, we had all of those programs functioning.
Right.
We're back.
But you understand what I'm saying, right? We have a computer in our hands today, yet other things we're still doing the paper route and we're doing it, and especially in education and in CTE.
Are the shop classes at Charlotte Amalie back up and running? How many?
So some of the shops at Charlotte Amalie have been renovated to.
They were renovated on the outside, the interior, and the exterior, but the interior wasn't renovated and they were closed. Are they now open?
To be honest, if you want to attract a good teacher to teach kids to be good, whatever they want to learn, you got to give them an environment like they would have. If you look at your room here, This is a legislative hall. Sure, you could have the same thing in a barn, but it wouldn't be looking as attractive, and you would probably not attract a whole lot of people. And I think the same thing happens to do with education in St. Thomas. We have put beautiful buildings in St. Thomas for academia, yet the storm did not stop just when it came up to the CTE classrooms. They got destroyed too. But they got that new bubble. They didn't get a new little tent to go and do car mechanics in it. They still done the same thing. Culinary was rebuilt with T111. When I complained, the T111 was painted. T111 is not acceptable in the culinary lab, but that's where we're putting our kids in now. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. I know we're making do with what we got, but I think the reason I think we're talking about that is that somebody has to open Pandora's box, and somebody has to step on some people's toes, and even if it's me.
That's what you're supposed to do, Dr. Francois.
Can I say one thing, Senator Viale? And this is, to me, part of the issue. The board got oversight over CTE, but we don't have any way of enforcing it. And that's a problem. Because even when we go to the schools, when we go to the Department of Education, we try to enforce, we're saying, okay, you're supposed to review these programs or whatever. How do we enforce it? There's no enforcement. There's not an enforcement arm there. So it's difficult for the board to actually get things done, you know, as far as CT. There's no enforcement. I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. The section 2, I can't see us giving $75,000 for administering the program. And the language is the same as section 1. So that one definitely got to go.
Point of information. Point of information.
You're recognized next, Senator, so you may proceed.
I had a point of information.
Go
Point of
ahead,
information.
Senator
Can I
Whitaker.
have a point of information first, and then my time? Thanks. Chairman, a point of information. What I want to put really, well, first off, I've already moved forward with removing section 2. One of the things that we do through this process is when there are concerns, because I do not want anything in this bill to be a hindrance to our children and their progress. And I'm also putting on the record by way of information that as you couple the CTEC laws of the Virgin Islands as also connected to federal law, one of the responsibilities for the board is to carry out workforce development, and that involves supporting career and technical education student organizations, because the student organization groups and those conferences that they attend and they train for is under the administration of the board. So I do think that we should be able to provide an opportunity for this board to do what is really already being done, but now do it at a more robust level so our children can take part in these conferences. I'll proceed now with my questions.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. To Dr. Francois, Chairman, can you put on the record what the board does in the context of engagements with the Department of Education? The concerns being raised today about the board engaging with the Department of Education.
Well, we try to hold meetings with both the commissioner and her representation, and we also try to hold meetings with the State Office of Career and Technical Education. Now, the State Office of Career and Technical Education, there's a new director, and she's been forthcoming with us. She's been working with us, and hopefully that continues. But prior to this new director, it was a little difficult to really get them to communicate with us as far as the state office and some of the things we ask, right? For instance, what's in the Perkins grant, what's required of us, because every grant has requirements. So what's the requirement? And I know for a fact, because I used to work in the state office, that those requirements change every time you submit for the grant. So how much money is allocated to CTE? We still don't have that answer. So, but yes, we try to get to communicate and hold these meetings, and hopefully everybody is forthcoming and we could communicate and so forth.
And the word is more that we've had the meetings, not more than try. We've had several meetings on a regular basis, and thank you for that, Dr. Francois. In terms of to either Dr. Francois or Mr. Deuce, Executive Director Deuce, would you also provide how, estimate how many students would be served, estimate how many students would benefit from this measure?
30 seconds.
Well, I think that every CTE student would benefit. And to take it further than that, if you include NAF as an academy, who is also having their travel, their leadership conferences, then you're looking at quite a few. You're looking at easily a thousand students. I could see that if we really move forward and we recruit these students and we have some excellent leadership within the schools, that all these CTE students could be back on track and benefit from that.
Thank you. And Mr. Deuce, you're also involved, you're a leader within Skills USA. What challenges have you heard from the coordinators and those for Skills USA in getting travel funding in your years of being part of Skills USA?
Well, it's the same. It's the same for as long as I have been in education. Is that the CTSOs are basically pretty much left on their own to raise funds, and again, it's up to what the coordinators have put into their consolidated fund for CTSOs. I remember when Mr. Pemberton was in there. Quite a few funds came from that office, but then the Perkins was almost double what it is now. So there seems to be somewhere a disconnect all the way around where it just wasn't an important thing anymore.
Thank you. And I'll ask again my colleagues for consideration of this measure. And my last, turn for my last question.
Go ahead.
To both gentlemen, both testifiers, would you speak to the tracking of students and the data collection? Would this measure assist with really tracking the students and helping to develop more tracking and data collection for our students in the CTE area?
Well, I'm big on data, and we've been trying to collect and get data from the Department of Education, and hopefully with the new state director that will be possible. In the past, the data that we were requesting just wasn't made available to us. On top of that, with the rules that we sent out to the department based on the bill that Senator Viale and Senator Fred Gregory passed, one of the things we put in there is specific data that we would like the department to send to the board on a yearly basis, and we're hoping that happens. But decisions, I believe to make proper decisions, you must have data. You make data based on decisions, and one of the first things I said when I became the chair of this board is that this board will not make decisions based on emotions, and which is what I see a lot of organizations in the Virgin Islands do. I'd much rather us get data, analyze that data, and make decisions based on data.
Senator Whitaker? That's it?
Thank you. That's it. I conclude. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, and did you mention and say that you're amending the bill? Do you have submitted an amendment?
Yes, it's been submitted.
Okay,
All of Section 2.
to strike Section 2?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. One of the keys that let me change the question. What has been the impact on COVID and CTEC, the students not actually being there? How has it impacted these shop classes? Let me see. When did the department make the decision to send back kinder to third? Wasn't the vocational area supposed to also be open? Did the students actually attend?
I think it was a two-way street, right? I'm not an analyst, and I certainly don't want to go and analyze what COVID, how COVID, or where COVID. Right? I think the idea of COVID was.
Okay, hold on. Can you teach culinary arts virtually?
I was going to get there.
Okay.
I think we were all scared, right? We were all scared of COVID, and I think education had to make a decision. What do we want to do? Do we want to go and follow a Florida idea where we open up really quick and the numbers go really high up, get kids back in school, or do we want to be safe? I think we played the safe card, which was great. We didn't have many deaths. We did well as a population, but I think our student bodies have suffered. And not just because they were not in school. The other thing was really part of, I think a lot of people figured out that they don't have to be anywhere else to do work or study. And that also influenced a lot of students from pursuing what they were doing prior to. Now, can you teach cooking virtually? Interesting question. There is a company called Roxby, which teaches culinary arts virtually. And it is certified. So, from my personal opinion, no. From the opinion of a lot of other people, yes. And I think...
You could award anything. You could teach anything virtually and give a certification. No. It's whether or not, after receiving a certification, if that person has the skills to perform that particular job duty.
You know, my thing about culinary and VR, as you know, a lot of things that we do culinary is motor skills, right? You learn how to flip an egg, and then your arm knows how to do that, and your brain completes that. So you can learn that virtually. But you cannot learn to taste. You cannot learn how to go and balance things out. And then Senator Giddens will not come and get my recipe for lamb. Right? That's the idea. And I think it's the same thing with mechanics. Yes. Mechanics is the same. You can screw, or you can torque a screw, but if you do not know where that torch weight lays, you break the screw off and it's gone, and you can't learn that in virtual reality. I'm not a mechanic by any means. Right? And it's the same thing when you work with a saw in construction. Or
it's the same with everything, and I asked that question because we have a lot of work to do. And, you know, this is just a money component, but we have a lot of work to do to prepare our students to be able to be successful and get out into this community and get jobs. And CTEC is one of the areas where we're really lacking, and we have begged the Department of Education to be creative in terms of hiring teachers. And, you know, every year we don't hire somebody in these areas. You have a whole mechanic lab down in that school that is from one side of the building to the next with diesel mechanic, auto mechanic, and we have no teachers. You know, the auto body classes are always filled with students that want to learn that trade, but we are really shortchanging the children of the Virgin Islands, not only on St. Croix, but also on St. Thomas, when we don't offer these shop classes. And it can't just be business, and it can't just be the banking industry or the country. What do they call that academy?
NAF? What academy?
The one with banking and finance. That's enough?
That's a NAF academy.
Yeah, we need the skills. We need the plumbing, the carpentry. I want those areas too. But we need the hard skills for the construction entity. We just had testimony from one of the developers that's developing Walter Hart, Safarelli, you know, that's a $120 million development that's going to have a bunch of skilled workers working there, and we have to be able to reach to that particular juncture. We have received testimony from everyone. I do not have a quorum at this time. I lost Senator James. It's only Senator Fred Gregory and myself. Senator DeGraff is en route. He is probably boarding right now. I'm going to take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is out of recess. We have lost quorum. We are left with only 2 members. One of our members is presently traveling, and the next member, we lost that person virtually. So at this point, we will not be able to act on any more of the measures that are here before us. So the committee is going to go into recess, and then those individuals or those measures that are still waiting to be heard will be heard at a later time. So the Committee of Finance is hereby recessed.